Our first item of business is a motion of condolence in the name of John Sweeney for Jeane Freeman. We are honoured to welcome Jeane's partner Susan and members of Jeane's close family and friends to our gallery today. I was privileged to work with Jeane out with and in Holyrood. In my previous spokesperson roles on health and on social security last session, I worked with Jeane on a number of occasions in both of her Cabinet Secretary positions. Jeane was always professional, kind and determined. Her commitment to public service was clear. It was a tremendous shock and sadness to learn of her death, and on behalf of all at the Scottish Parliament, our deepest condolences to Susan and to all of Jeane's family, friends and colleagues. She will be very sadly missed. First Minister.
Presiding Officer, Jeane Freeman was a remarkable colleague, a woman of principle and a woman of courage. She was dedicated in all that she did, selfless in her actions and unfailingly compassionate. Scottish politics and public life in Scotland have lost an outstanding individual who leaves for us all an incredible legacy. Working alongside her, both here in this chamber and in Cabinet, I valued her counsel, her wisdom, her solidarity and her care. Jeane gave her counsel freely and openly to support the common good. She always offered wise thinking when we wrestled with difficult questions. Whenever I faced political challenges, Jeane would offer support. And at moments of personal difficulty, Jeane would offer care and kindness. For those outside of government, Jeane will always be remembered, first and foremost, for the pivotal role she played during the COVID pandemic. That was one of the greatest public health crises in history, one of the greatest challenges our National Health Service has ever seen, one of the greatest challenges our society has seen. There was no blueprint or precedent for us to draw upon during that period. All of us, politicians, citizens, community leaders, were in uncharted waters. And Jeane, as Cabinet Secretary for Health and Sport, was one of the people who provided selfless leadership to help us steer our way through it. Thankfully, Jeane was the right person for the job. I remember well her leadership, her pragmatism and her determined commitment to evidence-based and necessarily often brave decision-making. Every single day, with exceptional dedication, grace and selflessness, she threw herself into her work to keep people healthy and safe without a thought to her own health, to support our health services in which she took such pride and gave such commitment. She was the first to accept that she may not have got everything right, but Jeane made a terrific difference to and for us all. And while she will always be remembered for what she did then, it is only one highlight in a long and distinguished career built on social justice, care and service to others. Jeane said that Jeane will always be remembered for the moral values that she brought to all that she did. And she said that she learned those moral values from her parents. Her mother worked 12-hour shifts as a sister in a psychiatric hospital. Her father was a trade unionist and served in the RAF during World War II. He spoke to Jeane of the social contract between a government and its people, and of the inequality he saw in coming home after the war ended. He taught her the need for fairness and compassion, that everyone in our society deserves equal opportunity. Jeane took those lessons to heart. They were values she practised in her politics, in her career and in her life. When she became the first woman to chair the National Union of Students in Scotland, when she trained and worked as a nurse, when she founded Apex Scotland, when she was a member of the Parole Board for Scotland and a member of the Scottish Police Services Authority and the National Waiting Time Centre. Jeane was living the lessons she learned from her parents, a commitment to social justice and to improving people's lives. In 1996, Jeane received an OBE for her service to the rehabilitation of people with experience of the criminal justice system. Jeane also worked as a senior civil servant and then special advisor for the then First Minister Jack McConnell, where she was heavily involved in the purchase of the Golden Jubilee Hospital in Clydebank. She could see the benefits of ensuring that that significant asset in Scotland could be better used for the benefit of all in Scotland. Jeane's political journey demonstrated a willingness to think afresh about the world around her. She was a founding member of Women for Independence, one of the faces of the Yes for Scotland campaign, a calm voice of authority to persuade others of the benefits of independence. In the 2016 election, Jeane was elected as MSP for Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley and became a tireless advocate for her constituency. It was her work, perhaps as the first ever Minister for Social Security in Scotland, that was arguably another of her landmark achievements in life. In that role, she managed the devolution of new powers and the creation of Social Security Scotland. Our social security system is built on dignity, on fairness and on respect. And that is because of Jeane. Those were her values, values she embodied and put into her politics, values passed down from her parents, values put into the law of Scotland. I was fortunate enough to see those values practised up close. She contributed so much to government and to this Parliament, and so much to the lives of people across Scotland. For Jeane, this was her life's mission, one she carried from her childhood, throughout her life, and up to the very end, even volunteering, supporting members of the public at the Beatson Cancer Centre with the assistance of the tea trolley. Her death was a terrible shock, coming just weeks after her cancer diagnosis. On behalf of the Scottish Government and the people of Scotland, I want to express my deepest condolences to her partner Susan and her much-loved family who are joining us in the gallery today. I always welcomed Jeane's wisdom, her considered opinions, her advice and her kindness. And I, like so many others across this chamber and across this country, want to express my gratitude for all that Jeane did over the course of her life, for her service, for her dedication, for her compassion and for her humanity, for the example that Jeane set for us and the legacy that she leaves behind. I pay tribute to Jeane Freeman, a woman of principle who lived out her values, shared them with us all and made Scotland a better country as a result.
Thank you, First Minister. I now call on Jackson Carlaw.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I immediately associate myself with and commend the remarks of the First Minister and say, on behalf of myself and on the Conservative Party, I send our deepest condolences to Susan and all of Jeane's family, friend, colleagues and wider party. And say how touched I am that Susan asked if I might say a few words about Jeane this afternoon. And I apologise if in part these repeat some of the remarks I made in the Chamber shortly after we heard of her passing, because it fell to me to welcome Jeane into government at the point when she first became a minister, a happy duty at the time. And I look back at what I said then and noticed that the tribute of Jeane's mother to her was that her daughter had a voice that could sell coal. And coal was not what she then went on to sell, but she spoke always with tremendous authority and vigour. And that was, I think, something that was deeply impressive. She brought to the job considerable other-world experience, and I think Parliament recognised and appreciated that. People will know I used to do these welcomes to ministers at the time, and I used to quite relish the prospect, I have to say. But I used to also enjoy good parliamentary performance. And I used to love the way Jeane would sit very still, very quiet. She didn't allow herself to be noised up. And there would be these probably from me, these very theatrical performances from elsewhere in the chamber, and they would think they were lambasting her. And she would stand up very quietly at the end, and she would always begin by saying, "So." And then she would eviscerate every argument that had just been made by the other person. And I quite often looked across and just exchanged a twinkle in the eye, because I knew what she'd done, and she did it with tremendous effect. Why? Because she was supremely well briefed and very committed to the job she did. Never more so, in my experience, than the way in which she engaged directly with the women who were affected by transvaginal mesh. Because it was Jeane's bill, which Humza Yousaf was to take into legislation at the start of this session, that provided for the transport of women to the United States, to Dr. Veronica's, to have the mesh that they'd been told in many cases had already been removed from within them, removed by him in Missouri. And that was an opportunity, not extended to women anywhere else in the United Kingdom. It was a bill that Jeane embraced and took forward. And for those women, I remember one constituent, Lorna Farrell, who went to where Rocky, Sylvester Stallone, had gone up the steps in the Rocky movie. She got out her wheelchair, free of mesh, and staggered up those steps and stood at the top, thanks to Jeane. Jeane made a difference, and there are women all over Scotland and their families who will be forever grateful for what she did. But let me finish with this final reflection. Decades ago, I sat at a private dinner during the height of the Falklands War for the then Prime Minister, and I was sitting next to Alec Douglas-Hume, and I asked him, what's it like to lead in a crisis? He said, well, the first thing is the duty of others to offer support, constructive support, which is something I tried to remember and do when the COVID pandemic fell. But he also said something I never forgot. Other politicians may wish they occupied the desk. Other politicians might think it would all have been better if they'd been in charge. Other politicians might lambast and say that was ridiculous. But for the Prime Minister, the First Minister, and the women in the hot seat, they're making life and death decisions. And some of them represent a burden they carry with them for the rest of their lives. They don't walk away from it. It's something they feel because they had to take decisions, very brave decisions, that had fundamental consequences. That's a real sense of duty. So I say to Susan, Jeane made a difference. She had a sense of duty. And this Parliament and everybody in it should be grateful for the work, the job and the legacy that she leaves behind.
Thank you, Mr Carlaw. I now call on Anna Sarwar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by echoing and enthusiastically supporting the comments of both the First Minister John Sweeney and of Jackson Carlaw. I was actually thinking when listening to both John Sweeney and Jackson Carlaw's contributions that actually the thought of Jeane actually does put a smile on many of our faces, and I think that's a remarkable way to remember anybody. Jeane Freeman was a tremendous public servant, someone who dedicated her life to improving other people's lives across our great country. And so I want to put on record the condolences and best wishes of everyone in the Scottish Labour Party. And in particular, I would like to send our love and best wishes to Jeane's partner, Susan, who she was so absolutely in love and devoted to. And to all her friends and family, love and condolences, because she was someone that was respected not just on the SNP benches, but actually right across the political spectrum and by so many people out of politics too. Jeane was a formidable public figure. She dedicated her life to public service and to social justice for our great country. And she started her career as a student leader and went on to become Health Secretary during a global pandemic. She worked as a civil servant, a government advisor serving a former Labour First Minister, Jack McConnell, and of course a member of the Cabinet. And in every single role she did, she brought the same work ethic, the same strong opinions, and the same tireless determination to make our country better. She was a formidable human being and public figure, ferociously clever, fired by a strong sense of justice and an enduring commitment to public service. Scottish politics and public life will be poorer without her. Presiding Officer, I've already said this in this chamber twice already, but I want to repeat it again now. I personally will always be thankful to Jeane Freeman for the steps she took to get us closer to the truth in the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital scandal. And I know that goes for me, it goes for the whistleblowers, it goes for the families, who all appreciate the significant progress that was made in their fight for justice, because Jeane Freeman was someone that was willing to listen, was willing to learn, and she was willing to act. And she was willing to challenge institutions, and she was willing to question her own. So she will be especially missed, of course, by her colleagues in the SNP, and my thoughts are with each and every single one of them. But she will be sorely missed by people across these benches and across the political spectrum. And so to Susan and to Jeane's family and friends, Jeane was loved, Jeane was respected, Jeane made a difference, and Jeane delivered. You should all be so proud of the life she lived and the legacy she leaves. And I hope you take heart from the fact that we all mourn with you.
Thank you, Mr Sarwar. I now call on Ross Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by associating myself with what Anas Sarwar opened with, that just remembering Jeane brings a smile to your face, tempered somewhat by Jackson Carlaw's observation. Having been at the receiving end of some of those eviscerations in the chamber, it was a usefully humbling experience, certainly for a first-time member. I first met Jeane Freeman at a cocktail bar, Blue Dog on West George Street in Glasgow, where I was with Susan, Charlene Somerville and other former colleagues. It was an orange juice for me. Jeane and Susan were having something much more sophisticated than that. But I wanted to open here because knowing Jeane at first through Susan was to know the incredible love that they had for each other, and that was a privilege to behold. As Mike Russell noted in Jeane's obituary, she started her party political journey in the Young Communists, and that was a proud tradition, one that many of the leading feminists of recent decades started in. And I'm mentioning that because I think Jeane Freeman will probably be the last holder of high office in this country to have started out part of that particular political movement. And that means the end of quite a significant chapter in the political history of this country. For the independence movement, which is how I got to know her, she was an incredible advocate of our cause, someone who was serious, accomplished, a former senior figure in a Labour administration. I had the privilege of speaking alongside her at a number of public meetings, including in places like Bearsden, that were not exactly a hotbed of support for our cause, but where people were absolutely willing to listen to Jeane. She exuded authority. She had an extensive knowledge. But I don't think that was why people were so willing to listen. It was because she was so obviously and so deeply passionate, not just a policy wonk, but someone who was driven by a vision for this country, a vision of a fairer and a more just Scotland. And that was a vision that she brought here to Parliament. As the First Minister said, I think it's most obvious in the social security system that we now have, a system that Jeane designed that was intended to give people dignity, to lift them up rather than punish them for the circumstances they found themselves in. She built that system by listening to and by trusting the people who most needed its support. Because Jeane always saw politics as being about people. She had a clear vision. She was of a deep ideological conviction, but that didn't mean getting lost in political abstracts. And she certainly didn't see this as a place for pontificating. This was a place to get stuff done for the people that we represent. And she was unquestionably one of the most able and talented people ever elected to this Parliament. So my thoughts and prayers and love are with Susan and Jeane's whole family. I hope that they can take some comfort today in seeing how widely respected and how widely loved she was and still is across this chamber.
Thank you, Mr Greer. I now call on Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, occasions like this remind us of the common humanity that we all share and the fundamental values which drive us in public service. But there have been too many motions like this in the course of this Parliament, too many towering and substantial giants of our politics and our Parliament taken from us far too soon. And Jeane's passing in particular is a terrible blow. I didn't find it hard to reach for the words of this tribute, Presiding Officer. They came freely, because the news of her passing left me and my party with a profound sense of sadness. While she was certainly our opponent and adversary, she always conducted herself with grace and with purpose. She was a class act. You knew to trust her at her word and never doubted the depth of the intellect which underpinned all of the decisions which she was ever party to. We crossed swords, of course we did, but while she was never shirked from joining battle, she never lost that state of grace or of decency with which she always conducted herself. I remember one time on social media, she refused to be drawn onto the field of battle when I had a viral photograph of a cremated omelette that had been served to a patient in an Edinburgh hospital. But she had it dealt with. She had it dealt with quietly and with purpose. That was a simpler time, before any of us had heard of Wuhan, China or COVID-19. I cannot remember a time in my life when I was more frightened than in those early days of the pandemic. We knew the virus was coming. We knew that lockdown was coming. We didn't know what any of it would mean for our nation or our people. And yet Jeane was the first to strip away the artifice of political division and invite me and other health spokespeople into the very heart of government decision-making and thinking in our response to the coronavirus emergency. The weight of responsibility and ferocious pace of decision-making on her must have been immense. But she always found time to respond to every text message I sent her, every question, every suggestion, and sometimes on a daily basis. And when my daughter fell sick in the first pandemic, she would ask me for updates every day. That was the measure of her humanity and her decency as a person. She worked tirelessly and with singular sense of purpose throughout the darkest days of that national emergency. And she carried us with her and never showed any sign of the terror that gripped so many of us in those early days. On news of her passing, I reached for the last exchanges we shared over text message. And, Presiding Officer, it speaks, I think, to the affection and respect that I had for her personally, that one of the last messages I sent on her decision to step down from Parliament reads as follows. Genuinely sorry to learn of your news re-stepping down. You've always been one of the brightest, nicest and best. Her reply, I will keep personal to me, but it was steeped in the warmth and grace which defined her, and I will treasure it. On behalf of the Scottish Liberal Democrats, can I wish Susan and her family and all of her friends love, light, laughter and the promise of better days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Cole-Hamilton. I now call Jeremy Balfour.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I associate myself with all the remarks that have been made so far? I only got to know Jeane when I arrived in Parliament in 2016. And a year later, I ended up, like yourself, Presiding Officer, on the Social Security Committee as we took the bill through. I got to know her very well over that year and a half period. Often she would phone me up and help me in regard to drafting my amendments. But what was striking every time was that if she said she would do something, it happened. You could trust her word absolutely, completely. And as well as that, she also had the very personal touch. I remember on a Friday morning walking through Ashley Ainsley Hospital on our way to a meeting. There was something going on in our family that obviously she had heard of, and she phoned, not talk about Social Security, but just to ask how I was. I think that's a mark of a person and the individual we remember this morning, or this afternoon. The other thing that struck me most was that the way she could work with other politicians from other parliaments. There was a number of negotiations going on at that time with the UK government. And I think it would be fair to say that the Minister in London's politics was probably as far away as you could get in regard to Jeane's. But having the privilege of sitting in on a couple of those meetings and watching her not score a cheap political point, but actually what was best for the people of Scotland, was a lesson that I learned, and a lesson I think all of us need to learn when we do our politics. Yes, we can make cheap political points, but what effect does it have on the people of Scotland? And that is what she did when devising and taking through the bill on Social Security Scotland. It will be one of the things that will be there going forward, that she drove and designed, but perhaps most importantly worked with the disabled community and with across the chamber politicians to get the best. So can I also pass on my respect and thanks to her, to say how sorry we are to Susan and the family for their loss, and to say we have lost somebody here in Scotland who really did make a difference to individual lives, and that is surely a legacy that is worth having. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Balfour. I call on George Adam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, I'd like to open with the opportunity to talk about Susan Stewart. I'd like to thank Susan for asking you to ask me to be able to, being a former Minister of Parliamentary Business, I know that's the protocol, to actually ask me to speak here today. And it means a lot to me because Jeane meant an absolute lot to me as well. One of the things I keep trying to remember, and we all must remember, is that Susan, no matter how we all feel, it's Susan that is going to be feeling this loss more than any of us. And I think my heart goes out to Susan at this stage because I know the loss she'll be feeling. But Jeane Freeman was a force of nature, an impassioned campaigner, a feisty woman who didn't suffer fools. And so, of course, Presiding Officer, I was drawn to her. Have you met the women in my life? When Jeane liked you, she liked you. She was hugely loyal. If for whatever reason you found yourself on the wrong side of Jeane, then the best thing to do was run. Run for your life. I was lucky. I loved Jeane and she loved me. We weren't hugging each other all the time and telling each other. It was a very West Coast of Scotland working class love. But we had our moments, usually with me being the one that had the emotional outburst. But that will come as no surprise to anyone in this chamber. Jeane had a brick in her office. I often wondered why someone would have a brick in their office. It was a brick of her school, of where she came from, because she had a sense of who she was and where she came from, and that brick represented where she came from in her life. And that just meant everything to me, because some of you know how the pride I feel for my hometown of Paisley. So that was, I could understand Jeane right away. She would call me out if she thought I was wrong and tell me exactly what I'd done wrong. Even as recently as last year, she was texting me, telling me about how stupid I was to do a certain thing. Now, Presiding Officer, I'm not telling anyone today what that certain thing is. You'll need to work out for yourself. But she used that time, even during her retirement, to tell me. I also remember a conversation we had recently where she questioned the logic of our First Minister no longer having me in the Scottish Government. But as I say, Jeane was a very good mate. Sometimes, at the most inappropriate times, I would try and make her laugh, because when Jeane laughed, her whole face would light up, her eyes would sparkle, along with her very throaty laugh. When Jeane was Cabinet Secretary for Health and Sport during COVID, the rest of the world saw the women we knew. I had constituents to tell me how much Jeane and Nicola meant to them during that very, very scary time in their life. That period now seems like a bad dream, much of which we're still dealing with, but people saw what Jeane Freeman was all about. Many of you will be aware that Susan Stewart, her partner, is football daft, and again, perfect for me. She's a St Mirren fan. She's a member of the Tartan Army, so Susan and I have a lot in common. Jeane, not so much. Even during her tenure as Cabinet Secretary for Health and Sport, Jeane never really got our beautiful game, our national pastime. To Jeane, she never understood what all the excitement was about. Now, Susan and I are firmly in the Bill Shankly quote of people saying football's a matter of life and death. I say to them it's a lot more important than that. But during her time away from politics, she started following the great game, mainly with Susan, for Susan. Both her and Susan attended the Euro 2024 in Germany along with half the country. They followed St Mirren's recent success in the League Cup this season. They did both attend the final and semi-final games. Jeane did this for Susan because that's what Jeane was all about, looking out for other people and making everyone else feel good. When I heard of Jeane's illness, I was devastated, but Jeane, being Jeane, managed to do it a very Jeane Freeman way. So much so, she nearly convinced me she wasn't as ill as everybody else had told me, and there was a way she could work out of it. But that was Jeane, being Jeane again, and thinking about how I felt. The night before she died, I was in the house shouting at the TV as St Mirren had a terrible result against Airdrie. We won the game, but it was a terrible game. And that was the most important thing in my life at that moment, was that football game. I got a message from Susan saying that Jeane had worsened and she was permanently at Jeane's side. She told me that Jeane came round just as the final whistle had blown and said, "George will be pleased that Mirren won." Susan then sent a picture of Jeane, demanded that she send a picture of her in her hospital bed clapping St Mirren getting through to the next round of the Cup. That's a classy lady, Presiding Officer. That woman, even when she was dying, was thinking about someone else. She's thinking about her big daft pal for Paisley. But Jeane Freeman was an extraordinary woman who touched the lives of everyone fortunate enough to know her. She was fierce, loyal, compassionate, utterly devoted to those she loved. From her powerful advocacy during the independence referendum to her leadership through the darkest days of COVID, Jeane showed Scotland what true public service looks like. She was a force of nature who never forgot where she came from, who fought tirelessly for what she believed in, and who made everyone around her better just by being there. Even in her final hours, Jeane was thinking of others, making sure Susan knew that she loved her, making sure her big daft pal from Paisley was happy. That was Jeane Freeman. That will always be Jeane Freeman. And whilst our hearts are broken, we're all better people for having known her. Susan, we cannot begin to understand your loss, but I promise you this: Jeane's legacy, her spirit, her fierce love and loyalty will live in every single one of us. She was, and always will be, simply incredible.
Thank you, Mr Adam, and I call on Nicola Sturgeon.
Not for the first time, Presiding Officer, but perhaps for different reasons, George Adam has made me cry. Trying to sum up the strong, smart, funny, incredibly kind woman who was Jeane Freeman in just a few minutes is an almost impossible task. But I know how much the words already spoken today across the chamber will have meant to Susan, to Jeane's nieces Nicola and Louise, and to her great nieces Emily and Georgie, who all join us here today. Long before I had the privilege, and I use that word deliberately, of calling Jeane a friend, I knew her by reputation, by her fearsome reputation. I was leader of the opposition in here, and she was a special advisor to the then First Minister Jack McConnell. I vividly remember her scowling at me once in the garden lobby after I'd given her boss a particularly rough FMQs. I'm sure I scowled back, but inside I was absolutely terrified. A bit later, I got to know Jeane as the beloved other half of my longtime friend, Susan. And it was through their relationship that Jeane and I became such close friends. Of course, it was in the run-up to the independence referendum that I first campaigned with Jeane and discovered then just how powerful it was to have Jeane Freeman on your side. Her co-founding of Women for Independence spoke not just to her lifelong feminism, but also to her conviction that was so obvious too in her ministerial roles, that voices traditionally sidelined in politics must be heard much more loudly. After her election as an MSP in 2016, Jeane became one of the most important members of my government, steering Social Security Scotland into existence and making sure it was founded on the right values, and then, of course, overseeing the National Health Service. As George has alluded to, however, it is fair to say that Susan has never allowed me to forget the idiocy, which I think is the word she used, of me including sport in Jeane's portfolio. During the 5 years that we served together in government, I learned from direct personal experience that Jeane Freeman possessed one of the sharpest, most astute political brains that I have ever known. As we've already heard, she plied her political trade in the Communist Party before joining Labour, and then, of course, the SNP. But Jeane was no machine politician. She had an almost perfect blend of intellectual and emotional intelligence, and she had an instinctive understanding that political ideology means nothing if it doesn't improve people's lives. When thinking about how best to encapsulate the Jeane Freeman I knew and loved, 3 hallmarks of her character stand out. First, principle. Jeane's starting point on every issue was principle, not expediency or political advantage, but principle. Now, that didn't mean she wasn't pragmatic or that she wouldn't compromise. She was, and she did. But it was always from a foundation of principle, a clear-headed view of what, in her estimation, was right and wrong. What would best further the principles of fairness, dignity, inclusion and advance the cause of social justice that was always her primary motivation. Second, public service. Throughout her career, in all of the different roles she held, Jeane was driven by a deep sense of public service. You know, most people won't realise this, but in the last couple of years of her life, Jeane spent a very considerable amount of time preparing for and giving evidence to two public inquiries, the Scottish Hospitals Inquiry and, of course, the COVID Inquiry. Now, given the extent to which this work was eating into her retirement, she could have been forgiven for grumbling about it, but she never did, because Jeane understood and Jeane believed that for a senior government minister, the duty of service owed to the public does not end when you demit office. Thirdly, and for me personally, the most important hallmark of all was friendship. The most common thing said to me today by members of the public is that our daily presence on their TV screens during COVID helped them through that dreadful time. But the truth is, I couldn't have done what I did during COVID without Jeane by my side. As Health Secretary, she had a massive, massive responsibility of her own to carry, but she also helped me bear mine, particularly in those dark days of March and April 2020. There would be times just before stepping onto the podium when I would feel overwhelmed by the grimness of the update I was about to give. And in these moments, Jeane would often just lightly touch my arm and say something simple like, "You can do this." That got me through. For all Jeane's friends, the suddenness and severity of her diagnosis came as a profound and brutal shock. But in the days that followed, there was also solace. We got to say to her the things we wanted her to know about her impact on our lives. We got to tell her that we loved her. Visiting Jeane in a hospital over these 3 short weeks also brought an incredible privilege. It allowed us to bear witness to the depth of the love, the unconditional love that existed between her and Susan. Susan, who truly was the light and love of her life. Susan, love like yours and Jeane's is all too rare, and it doesn't die. It will be with you always. Just as the memory and the legacy of Jeane Freeman, a woman I am so lucky to have had in my life, will be with all of us forever. Rest in peace, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you. The question is that motion 20721 in the name of John Sweeney on a motion of condolence be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed, and there will now be a short pause before we move on to business this afternoon.
Okay, the next item of business is portfolio questions. The first portfolio is Deputy First Minister Responsibilities, Economy and Gaelic. Question number 1, I call Annabelle Ewing.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on support provided to the Mossmorran workforce following the early closure of the ExxonMobil Fife Ethylene Plant.
Deputy First Minister Kate Forbes.
Last week I confirmed that we are going to go beyond our £9 million commitment by extending targeted skills support to workers affected by the closure of the Mossmorran Fife Ethylene Plant, and much due to the recommendations and the representations that have been made by local members, including Annabelle Ewing, on behalf of the workforce. Using this year's budget, we will provide training needs assessments delivered by Fife College for those facing redundancy.
Annabelle Ewing.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer, and of course I very much welcome the Scottish Government's original £9 million support package, plus the newly announced job search support to be provided in tandem with Fife College. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister, however, if she has yet heard from the UK Government as to whether it intends to match the Scottish Government's support in order to help deliver a just transition for Mossmorran?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, the short answer is that no, I have not had any confirmation from the UK Government that they will at least match the Scottish Government's commitment. I have called on the UK Government to do so and have written again today to urge them to do so. It's particularly critical off the back of last week's debate, where the Parliament joined together to call on the UK Government to provide that additional support to match the Scottish Government's support. And I'll certainly continue to press the UK Government to match our commitment to the workers at Mossmorran.
Please supplementary, Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Ministers indicate they are supporting the Mossmorran workforce. I welcome the pledge of £9 million over 3 years and the job search which has been announced, with £3 million available immediately. Therefore, will the Deputy First Minister publish a breakdown of how much of the £3 million has actually been released and for what has been delivered so far for the workforce and the contractors affected by this issue?
Deputy First Minister.
We will obviously keep Parliament informed about the spending of that funding. In terms of this first announcement, it offers immediate help while shaping how we deliver a fair transition for the workforce. So it will be informed by the training needs assessments that are delivered by Fife College. So we've essentially started our work by talking to Fife College and the workforce to understand what the needs are, and our funding will meet that need. So I imagine that we will be able to obviously provide updates to Parliament, but at this point, rather than giving almost a lump sum, what I'm saying is that it will be demand-led at this stage in terms of what the workforce needs.
Question 2, Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what recent assessment it has made of the finance available for commercial shipbuilding projects at Scottish shipyards, including how the competitiveness of this compares with that of other European nations with commercial shipbuilding industries.
Deputy First Minister.
We remain firmly committed to securing a sustainable long-term future for shipbuilding in Scotland, which I know is something that is very important to the member as well. We are actively engaging with the UK Government's National Shipbuilding Office, and they are exploring potential strategies for targeted financial interventions that may take place across the wider public sector, but also in the private finance space, to ensure that shipbuilding companies in Scotland can remain competitive on a global scale. We are continuing to engage with the UK Government also on the review of the National Shipbuilding Strategy, emphasising Scotland's strengths in shipbuilding and maritime technology. And I know that Paul Sweeney and I were both at an event yesterday which indicated just how strong the Scottish shipbuilding sector is.
Paul Sweeney.
Thank you for that response, and I also share your enthusiasm and impression that was created yesterday by the event at Rosyth Dockyard to cut the first steel on the 4th Royal Navy Type 31 frigate HMS Bulldog, while the second ship in the class HMS Active was rolled out of the new indoor shipbuilding hall in dramatic fashion shortly afterwards. So I think it's clear that Scotland is now at the forefront of Europe's largest naval shipbuilding programme, but the contrast with the lack of commercial shipbuilding activity is stark. And the main reason for this is the lack of state-backed finance for commercial shipbuilding projects. Germany has used state bank finance for shipbuilding for at least 30 years. Key instruments including the Commercial Interest Reference Rate Ship Financing Programme administered by the German State Investment Bank, which offers long-term fixed-rate loans for buyers of German-built ships. So will the Deputy First Minister commission a government-led effort to build a similar state-backed financing scheme in Scotland that would give confidence to our remaining small commercial shipyards, including Ferguson Marine?
Deputy First Minister.
I think there's two parts to that question. The first is that I absolutely agree with him that in terms of the strength of the workforce and the pipeline of orders that are coming through on the defence side, that's indicative of just how much respect there is globally for the skills of Scottish shipbuilders. But secondly, on the financing point, there's certainly some options for us to consider through the enterprise agencies and the bank for shipbuilding. But I do think on shipbuilding in particular, there's an opportunity to work closely with the UK Government's National Shipbuilding Office to ensure that the Scottish shipbuilding industry benefits from the national and the international opportunities of its shipbuilding strategy. So we'll continue to engage with the NSO and more than happy to keep the member updated on the progress that we make.
Brief supplementary, Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Does the Deputy First Minister also agree that it's vital that the Scottish Government works to deliver both economic and social best value when supporting the shipbuilding industry in Scotland, given the history, the heritage, but also the industrial capability and capacity that it represents?
Deputy First Minister.
We absolutely do recognise the economic and the social impact, and Stuart McMillan has been very strong in representing obviously Inverclyde and the Ferguson Marine shipyard, recognising the social impact too. And I was delighted to meet with the GMB representative Alex Logan along with the First Minister in the last few days off the back of an invitation from Stuart McMillan to understand just how critical those skills are and retaining those skills are.
Question 3, Bill Kidd.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what assessment it has made of the economic contribution to the Scottish food and drink sector to Scotland's international exports.
Mr Richard Lochie.
Scotland's £19 billion food and drink sector remains vital to our economy, with products making up around 30% of total UK food and drink exports. And despite challenging trading conditions, the 2025 HMRC data shows that whisky and salmon exports remain strong, worth £5.4 billion and £828 million respectively, obviously reflecting the sector's exceptional businesses. And we will continue to back their growth in new and existing markets with our 6-point export plan and £15 million investment in Scotland's industry-led food and drink strategy. And these are just two examples of how we are supporting the sector to ensure a prosperous future.
Bill Kidd.
Thank the Minister for that reply. Despite recent figures showing Scotland dramatically outperforming England on food and drink exports, in fact exporting more than 6 times as much per person, Scotland continues to face unnecessary barriers as a result of Westminster decisions, including Brexit and trade deals that don't reflect Scotland's economic priorities, not to mention the Labour Party's crippling tax on Scottish whisky. Can the Minister say what impact a fresh start with independence could have in allowing our world-class food and drink sector to reach its full potential?
Well, clearly, if we were an independent state, we'd have full control over our own trade strategy and how we could decide how to work with European partners and our relationship with the European Union, for instance, as well as in terms of trade deals right across the world as well. And of course, in terms of the EU, one objective I'm sure independent Scotland would have would be to forge a much closer relationship with the European Union, especially given geopolitics at the moment and other issues. And that would give us an ideal route to support the further export of Scotland's food and drink products and the rest of our exports as well.
Question 4, Callum Mochan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government, following Orbeck's entering administration, what the likelihood is of the public purse receiving a return on the money invested in the company by the Scottish National Investment Bank.
Deputy First Minister.
Well, Orbex entering administration is extremely disappointing, particularly for its workforce and the local community. And Richard Lochhead, as a constituency representative, has been engaging with me and I know with the company. And I had a conversation just last week on the progress that is being made. The process is now being led by the Administrator, and the position on any return to creditors, including the Scottish National Investment Bank, will become clear in due course. And I'm currently having weekly meetings with the Administrator.
Carol Mochan.
To thank the Deputy First Minister for that answer. It is reported that £29 million was invested in Orbex via the National Investment Bank. Potentially all of that could be lost. This follows the cancellation of the Spaceport project in Prestwick in my own region last year. This is a lot of public money and a lot of jobs lost. So what are the government's long-term plans to support the space sector in Scotland so that we do not see yet more projects go under, particularly in my region?
Deputy First Minister.
I share Carol Mochan's aspirations for the space sector. We believe that the space sector is a key priority for Scotland. It was a key priority identified in the National Strategy for Economic Transformation and the Innovation Strategy. And actually, a lot of the support for the space sector has come out of those strategies. We are world leading in small satellite manufacturing, with Glasgow building more satellites than any other place in Europe. And I think it's really important that, whilst recognising some of the challenges that Carol Mochan has rightly identified, we continue to speak to the strengths of the space sector. Just on the point around investment, I think it is worth acknowledging that risk is inherent in the investment decisions that the bank make. Obviously, those are operational and independent decisions that are made by the bank. But part of the opportunity in a growth sector like space is to provide that patient capital and to take on risk where the market will not. And that is what will drive faster growth in sectors like the space sector.
Thank you. Question 5 has had to be withdrawn. Question 6, Jamie Hepburn.
Question 5.
To ask the Scottish Government what assessment is made of any benefits brought by the banking hub model that is operated by Post Office Limited and funded by Cash Access UK.
Minister.
Regulation of financial services is reserved, and as such the Scottish Government has no powers to undertake any assessment of the Financial Conduct Authority's access to cash regime, including the effectiveness of banking hubs. However, we engage regularly with the FCA and Link and the Post Office and Cash Access UK on subjects like access to cash, and we have raised Scottish specific concerns and impacts following the introduction of the FCA's new rules. The FCA is undertaking a post-implementation review of the regime in 2026, so we will have further opportunities to engage directly with them during this process.
Jamie Hepburn.
The news that Kilsyth is to receive a banking hub is very welcome. Indeed, it lost all its retail banks. However, Cumbernauld, which has also lost a number of retail banks, is not going to similarly benefit, largely due to the criteria of the current scheme being quite narrowly focused on access to cash. Does the Minister agree that in looking and reviewing the terms of the scheme, there is the opportunity to take account of a wider range of measures that can be benefits brought by a banking hub model, including, for example, access to face-to-face appointments with banking personnel?
Minister.
Thank you. I think we all recognise the importance of face-to-face banking services in our local high streets, and I welcome that one community, at least in the member's constituency, is going to benefit. I would also just remind the Chamber that any organisation or individual can ask Link for a reassessment in terms of the criteria if any decisions have not gone their way in the past. But I just want to say that Scottish Government officials are working closely with the FCA, and indeed there was a forum on access to cash which took place in October, just a few months ago. That was again another opportunity for Scotland to raise our specific concerns over some of the criteria and the impacts of the current regime. Directly, we could raise them with all the various players, the FCA, Link and Cash Access UK. So I do agree with the member, there's still a lot of work to do to look at post-implementation of that regime and make sure that Scotland's needs are taken into account. And in the meantime, we will continue that engagement with the FCA going forward.
Question 7, Murdo-Free.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government how it is supporting the tourism industry.
Minister.
Tourism contributes more than £4 billion to our economy each year, and we continue to support the sector to thrive. In the draft budget, we allocated Visit Scotland almost £40 million per year until 28-29. This includes £1 million for the next 2 financial years to continue growing direct international connectivity, for example. We have worked to improve connectivity from key markets, securing new routes, many of them, and adding substantial new capacity. This work has delivered that extra capacity of almost 27,000 new seats on aircraft, which is good news, and more overseas visitors visited Scotland in the first half of 2025 than anywhere outside of London in the South East. In addition, the budget includes £4 million per year for the next 3 years for the Rural Tourism Infrastructure Fund, to give some examples of what's happening in the area of tourism at the moment.
I thank the Minister for his response, but there's no exaggeration to say the tourist sector at the moment is in a state of crisis. Barely a day goes by without seeing the media a once thriving business closing, a hotel, a bar, a restaurant or a cafe shutting its doors due to rising costs, rising energy costs, rising employment costs, and the latest blow is the revaluation of non-domestic rates, which we continually hear is going to force closures right across the country. Now, we've seen something in the budget in terms of some reliefs coming forward. That will go nowhere close to addressing the real concerns so many in the sector have. The Sinn Féin Northern Irish Finance Minister has announced a pause to the revaluation because of the crisis there. Why won't the Scottish Government do the same?
Minister.
Firstly, I have a regular dialogue with the tourism industry in Scotland, and I understand many bookings are looking healthy for the coming summer, and therefore I would not want the member to talk down Scottish tourism at the moment. It's now also, I understand, Scotland's officially biggest employer in the country, and there's many new investments being announced in the tourism sector, notwithstanding the very real pressures that the member raises, particularly energy costs and employment costs and VAT, which is actually one of the biggest subjects of a circulating petition in many hotels and pubs at the moment in Scotland. These, of course, are reserved issues to the UK Government and not the responsibility of the Scottish Government. In terms of the rates revaluation, which has been a regular subject in terms of these exchanges, the revaluation transitional relief that has been announced will protect those most affected at revaluation and will cap increases in gross liabilities up to the next revaluation in 2029. And the revaluation transitional relief that has been announced will save taxpayers an estimated £108 million over the next 3 years, ensuring that the gross bills of around 60,000 properties are lower in 26-27 than they would otherwise have been. And, of course, the Scottish Government has announced that we will pass on the consequentials for hospitality and pubs in terms of what was announced south of the border as well. And a number of other measures are in the pipeline in terms of the rates assistance. So these are very real issues, but of course the big issues that the member mentioned are reserved to the UK Government, and we need them to play their role as well. The petition circulating at the moment is about VAT. That is a big hit on the viability of businesses.
I need a supplementary from Fergus Ewing.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Yesterday, at a rural leadership meeting, we heard from a hotelier on the West Coast who is doing extremely well. Bookings all year round. But after the business rates increase, there's hardly anything left by way of profit. It's barely worth continuing. Businesses will close. And, Minister, is it not the case, as I've just discovered in the last few days, that the estimates on which the Government rely on the amount of money they will raise from their current proposals contains no allowance whatsoever for businesses closing on any significant scale? Now, if that's wrong and businesses do close, surely this budget will end up with bringing in less money than it would if the business rates were set at a fair, affordable level. Isn't it not only wrong, but financially reckless and counterproductive?
Minister.
The member will be aware there is, of course, a review of business rates in the sectors referred to, which are independently chaired, that will be taking place over the next months and years. And in the meantime, the Scottish Government in our budget has introduced transitional relief, and we offer 15% relief for properties liable for the basic or intermediate property rates in these sectors, capped at £110,000 per business per year as well. So the Government is taking action to cap the increases that the member refers to, and that's why I urge all members from all parties or no parties to support the budget.
Question 8, Pam Goss.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Scotland stating there is a lack of a clear, long-term economic strategy for Scotland.
Minister.
The Government has, of course, published a long-term economic strategy setting out our 10-year mission to build a fairer, greener and growing economy. And our Green Industrial Strategy also ensures Scotland will secure maximum economic benefit from opportunities created by the global transition to net zero. And we are indeed delivering on that strategy. Scotland's economy has outperformed all parts of the UK except London in attracting inward investment, for example, for the past 10 years. And we continue to attract investment to drive our future growth. And I was absolutely delighted to see last week that Lenovo, the world's biggest producer of PCs, against European competition, chose to base its new iTech centre in Edinburgh and announced that last week. That's just one of many, many examples of companies around the world and indeed our own business community showing confidence in the future of the Scottish economy.
Pam Gossel.
I thank the Minister for that response. It is shocking that only 6% of the ICAS accountants said they were confident in the state of Scotland's economy following last month's budget, with 78% saying they are not. The largest area of consent was the need for long-term economic and tax strategies, something this budget fails to do. So why is the Scottish Government punishing talent and businesses with high taxes?
Minister.
As the member will be aware from the budget, 55% of Scottish taxpayers are now expected to pay less income tax in 26-27 than they have lived south of the border, to give one example in response to that point as well. But unemployment in Scotland is lower than the rest of the UK. We've seen higher growth in GDP over recent years since this government came into power, and also productivity as well. And I've already given the example of our success in attracting inward investment to this country. But of course, it's a tough, fragile time for many businesses and our economy in this country. And that very much relates to the previous question in terms of the employment costs, energy costs, VAT in the case of tourism and some of those related sectors. This is affecting Scottish businesses as much as businesses in the rest of the UK, and that's why we need the UK Government to play its role as well going forward.
And a brief supplementary, Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you. Scotland's economy has been hammered by a UK Government out of touch with Scotland's needs, rise in employer national insurance contributions, the lack of support for Scotland's industries and the energy profits levy costing jobs, investment and the security of a just transition are placing Scotland's future at risk. Does the Minister agree that strategic delivery for Scotland's economy requires an end to the reckless economic decisions taken south of the border?
Minister, briefly.
Well, yes, and I hope the Labour Party are listening and the UK Government are listening, because I think their poll standing reflects the fact that they are not looking after the Scottish economy. And indeed, as the member quite rightly says, Jackie Dunbar, at present, macroeconomic, fiscal, migration and other levers in relation particularly to the oil and gas industry that the member refers to in her own constituency all lie with the UK Government, and the policy levers lie with the UK Government as well. And if we had more powers in this Parliament, if we were an independent state with full economic levers working with the global community, we'd be able to deliver a far more prosperous economy, far more prosperous Scotland.
Thank you. That concludes this portfolio of questions. There will be a brief pause before we move to the next portfolio to allow front benches to change.
Thank you. We will now turn to the next item of business, which is portfolio questions on finance and local government. Question number 1 was not lodged. Question number 2, I call Liam MacArthur.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government when it will publish responses to its consultation on a potential point of entry levy.
Minister Ivan McKee.
The responses to the consultation on a cruise ship levy, which included a scoping question on a potential point of entry levy, will be published next week alongside the analysis report.
MacArthur.
Can I very much welcome the response from the Minister. He'll be aware that in Orkney Islands Council and among stakeholders within the tourism sector there, as well as in the other main island groups, there is a belief that the only way of making a visitor levy workable in an island circumstance is through a point of entry levy. I look forward to seeing the results of the consultation published next week. I regret there's been more of a delay than probably either of us would have wished, but I wonder whether there's anything more you can say about the intent of any future government to deliver on the responses in relation to point of entry levy.
Always to the Chair, Minister.
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question. We will obviously, we will see when we publish that information next week, the output from that consultation, and I very much recognise the high levels of interest in this matter from island councils, and clearly what happens after that publication will depend on the format of the formation of the next government and how they choose to take that forward. But certainly that from our side we're very interested in continuing those discussions to see what potential there is to give that power to local authorities.
Question number 3, Rachel Hamilton, who's joining us remotely. Ms Hamilton.
Budget 2026 to 2027 to support...
Ms Hamilton, sorry to interrupt. Could you please start again from the beginning, because we missed the first few words of your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how much it has allocated in its draft budget 2026-27 to support women in enterprise, including in the Scottish borders.
Cabinet Secretary Shona Robison.
The Scottish Government is committed to advancing women's entrepreneurship across Scotland, including in the Scottish borders. In the draft Scottish Budget 26-27, the entrepreneurship and innovation budget has again increased, reflecting the priority we place on supporting entrepreneurs. Supporting women to start and scale businesses is central to our broader enterprise strategy, and we aim to ensure that women benefit directly from our wider entrepreneurship and business support programmes, including the recently announced £2 million Ecosystem Fund. In addition, currently piloting the Pathways Pre-Start activity in the south of Scotland, backed by £3 million of investment through the South of Scotland Enterprise since 2024.
Rachel Hamilton.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. FOI data from the Scottish Government agency, the South of Scotland Enterprise, covering the financial years 21-22 to 25-26, shows that just 5 loans worth £481,500 were awarded to female-led organisations, compared to 22 loans totalling more than £5.48 million to non-female-led organisations. Considering this data, does the Finance Secretary believe that women setting up businesses in rural areas like the Scottish borders are being supported equitably?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, can I say to Rachel Hamilton, I'm disappointed to hear those figures, and I will certainly look into the reasons why in terms of the decision-making. Obviously, it's arm's length from government in terms of the South of Scotland enterprise decision-making, but I am concerned to hear that so few loans have been given to female-led organisations. As I said in my initial answer, there is work going on with the Pathways Pre-Start activity, which is specifically designed to support underrepresented entrepreneurs, including women, with awards of up to £75,000. But I will write to Rachel Hamilton once I've managed to have a look into the figures that she shared.
Thank you. Question number 4 has been withdrawn. Question number 5, I call Maggie Chapman, who's joining us remotely. Ms Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what assessment the Finance Secretary has made of the impact of lengthy national budget consultation processes on the financial sustainability of third sector organisations in North East Scotland.
Cabinet Secretary.
The Scottish Government greatly values the vital role of the third sector across Scotland, and we recognise the real pressures they are facing given the financial context. We are committed to doing what we can to improve the sustainability of the third sector. The late timing of the UK Government budget has had a knock-on effect for the timing of our budget, but significant work has been undertaken since the publication of the draft budget to ensure as many third sector grants as possible are notified of funding decisions for the forthcoming financial year.
Maggie Chapman.
In Dundee, the DCA, Dundee Rep, DIWC, Harris Education and Recreation Centre and many others are at risk of losing funding or closing projects. In Aberdeen, the Anti-Poverty Fairer Aberdeen Fund could be slashed, music lessons and libraries in schools cut, support for unpaid carers removed. Organisations are already reducing staff hours, not renewing contracts or closing life-changing and life-saving services because of delays to funding information. Given our communities rely on local government and third sector services to survive, what reassurances can the Cabinet Secretary give to workers, communities and organisations that the delays that cost people their jobs, livelihoods and services won't be repeated in future years?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I did say to Maggie Chapman the challenges that the lateness of the UK Government budget has meant. However, she will be aware, of course, that through the Fairer Funding pilot, we are trying to ensure that there is certainty over multi-years and, of course, as I said also in my initial answer, trying to get as much of the grant letters out of the door to give that certainty. But if Maggie Chapman wants to write to me with the specifics of the organisation, some of those may well be relying on local funding rather than national funding, but I'd be happy to look into the details that she's provided.
Supplementary, Audrey Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We know that many charities faced with rising costs and falling donations need much more security and stability to enable them to plan and develop. So I do welcome the new Fairer Fund pilot, which has been introduced and will provide additional multi-year funding in the form of 45 grants to organisations in Scotland. This is an important first step in mainstreaming multi-year funding agreements more widely across the third sector. Can the Cabinet Secretary say any more about how this funding will support organisations, particularly around planning for the future and therefore making the most of their resources?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, increasing multi-year funding opportunities is the backbone of the fairer funding principles, and the recent announcements of multi-year funding for the Delivering Equally Safe Fund, the Disabled Persons Organisations and Advice Services has increased this by a further £29.4 million. We know that providing multi-year funding where possible does increase the stability of the third sector, and I'm pleased that early evaluation of the pilot indicates the positive difference that two-year funding certainty has had on the stability of the organisations, their ability to plan further into the future and, of course, on staff recruitment and retention.
Question number 6, Jeremy Balfour.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether regulations rectifying the oversight whereby children in receipt of Scottish Child Disability Payment were not receiving an exemption under the Visitor Levy Scotland Act 2024 will be introduced before the end of the current parliamentary session.
Minister Ivan McKee.
I thank the member for his question. I can tell him that the Visitor Levy Disability Benefits Regulations 2026 were laid in the Scottish Parliament on 9th of January this year. The regulations expand the list of qualifying benefits to include all forms of disability assistance under the Social Security Scotland Act 2018, a broader range of UK disability and war-related benefits and equivalent payments received under EU, EEA, Swiss, Gibraltar, Northern Ireland or UK Ireland social security arrangements where the recipient is resident in the UK.
Jeremy Balfour.
President Officer, can I just thank the Minister for that and for that clarification, and can I thank him and his team for all the work that he has done to get this on board. This will make a massive difference to many families with disabled children, and it's good to see that at least one promise has been followed through by this government.
Thank you. I'm not entirely sure there was a question in there, Minister, but I'm sure you'll find something to say.
Reflect on General Balfour's comments. I think it's testament to shows what can be done when there's constructive working relationship across the chamber to deliver for the people of Scotland, and this government is certainly very keen to engage with all members where we can work together to improve the lives of those that we serve.
And supplementary, Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And on that, I think it's a really good example of how the extra costs faced by disabled people can be addressed through initiatives that governments bring in. Would the Minister agree with me, therefore, that there is a need to look across the portfolios in government to ensure that we can look at reducing the extra costs that disabled people face, including in things like the visitors' levy?
Minister.
Yeah, well, specifically on the visitor levy, clearly we've taken the steps we have because we believe that's the right thing to do for the very reasons that Pam Duncan-Glancy highlights, and I'm sure that going forward, whichever government is in power after me will be very keen to continue to look at opportunities where the additional costs that are faced by disabled people can be addressed through the work of the government.
Question number 7, Katie Clark.
To ask the Scottish Government what steps it is taking to ensure that local authorities receive fair and sustainable funding settlements.
Cabinet Secretary.
So the total local government finance settlement has increased by £5.4 billion, or 52%, between 2016-17 and 2026-27. That's a real terms increase of almost 10%, despite UK Government austerity measures. Sustainability requires reform and innovation across the public sector to deliver joined-up and preventative services as set out in the Public Service Reform Strategy. So the Scottish Government will continue to work in partnership to address the challenges facing councils and ensure that we are operating sustainable, high-quality public services that communities expect and deserve.
Katie Clark.
Over the past decade, North Ayrshire Council has made cuts of over £90 million to local services. Last week, residents were notified that the Local Health and Social Care Partnership are consulting on cuts to social care, with one option being that social care could be restricted to only people assessed as being at critical risk. Will the Cabinet Secretary intervene to provide fair and sustainable funding for North Ayrshire so that social care and other local services are protected from further cuts?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, as I set out in my answer around the local government settlement over years, and the local government settlement, of course, is for this year is seeing £15.7 billion, but importantly, within the general revenue grant, £253 million of flexible resources. Of course, the NHS has received a significant real terms increase as well. Now, that's not to say that there are not challenges within health and social care partnerships. There absolutely are, because of the demographic changes and the pressures that are on local services, but that is why those real terms increases are important. I think the solution going forward will require transformation of local services, including within our health and social care partnerships. But I'm very happy to correspond with Katie Clark on the specifics. I should find that useful.
And at question number 8, I call Neil Bibby. Oh, no, I beg your pardon. I don't. I call a supplementary, first of all, from Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary has stated that the settlement is fair and sustainable. Yet in my own region, Clackmannanshire Council project a budget gap of £7.34 million for 26-27. As councils across Scotland are forced to consider double-digit council tax rises for a second consecutive year, will the Cabinet Secretary stand by the Government's claim that there is no need for substantial council tax rises to balance the local government budgets?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, of course, it was full local discretion over council tax that was the main call from the representative body of local government, COSLA, including the COSLA leaders, including the Tory COSLA leader, who was absolutely adamant that they wanted full local discretion over council tax. Now, that will mean, of course, that there will be differences in local decision-making. So we have Glasgow setting at 5.9%, and we have Tory-controlled Moray at 10%. There will, of course, be variation across Scotland, but that is, of course, what local democracy is all about.
And supplementary, Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can the Cabinet Secretary advise the Chamber what specific increases in funding Labour proposed for local government in the 26-27 budget and for when money will be found? And what impact on services will the £17.127 million in public-private partnership payments in 26-27 Labour-saddled North Ayrshire Council with, added to the burden of £6.8 million in employer national insurance contributions, which together equate to a third of all monies raised this year in council tax?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, of course, Kenny Gibson is quite right to point to those burdens on local government of the PFI legacy contracts and, of course, the employers' national insurance contribution costs that have again increased the burden on local government. There were no specific local government asks or proposals coming from the Labour Party during the budget negotiations, but that is, of course, nothing new.
And question number 8, I call Neil Bibby.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how much funding it has allocated to local authorities for the delivery of the Learn to Swim programme in its budget 2026-27.
Cabinet Secretary.
We are providing £20 million to ensure all children and young people in Scotland have the ability to take part in sporting activities, harnessing the energy and excitement of the upcoming 2026 Summer of Sport. And this includes the universal Learn to Swim offer for every child in Scotland, which will continue beyond this year. A national project group has been established to support implementation, provide oversight and enable learning and consistency across partners. Local authorities will be able to draw down from the costed implementation plan in line with their local context.
Neil Bibby.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. The Cabinet Secretary will be aware that I support and welcome any measures to give our children the opportunity to learn the life-saving skill of swimming, but it is vital, obviously, that councils are fully funded so that is fully delivered. Could the Cabinet Secretary say how much of the £20 million she expects to be used for that universal Learn to Swim offer? Is the amount allocated by the Scottish Government going to be help with the full rollout, and is that based on every local authority being allocated funding for delivery, including facility, teaching and any transport costs? And has there been recent engagement with local government on the deliverability and affordability of the government's proposed Learn to Swim?
Cabinet Secretary.
So, as I indicated in my initial answer, work is ongoing around the modelling that will indicate the timeframe for full implementation, and that the programme will be fully funded by the envelope provided. But officials are in the process of working with COSLA around the details of that, and I think it's really important that that's done in partnership. So those discussions are ongoing.
Supplementary, Brian Whittle.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And much as I echo Neil Bibby's welcoming of the initiative to make sure that all children get access to swimming is not equitable at the moment with so many pools closing. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, in our deliberations about how she would deliver equitable access for swimming, was there any work done that said we should actually take that money and use it within school curriculum time, so as to coin an old phrase, fish where the fish are?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I'm not sure if that is a welcome or not. It's quite hard to tell, but the implementation plan supports the rollout of the National Primary School Swimming Framework, and that is a partnership involving local government, involving Scottish Swimming, in order to ensure that every primary school child has the opportunity to learn to swim. And I just think that is something that we should all welcome without finding reasons to moan about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes portfolio questions on finance and local government. There will be a very short pause before we move on to the next item of business to allow frontbench teams to change position. Thank you. Thank you. The next item of business is a statement by Jeane on protecting children from harm. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of her statement, and therefore there should be no interventions nor interruptions. And I call on Cabinet Secretary Jeane up to 10 minutes, please.
Presiding Officer, safeguarding Scotland's children from harm is one of the utmost responsibilities of the Scottish Government. Since my last parliamentary statement in December, I have spent further time engaging directly with survivors of child sexual abuse. Their testimonies are shocking in the extreme. They tell a story of a system which far too often does not believe young people. And these stories, each unique, are bound by a common thread of power being used to abuse, coerce and control. Survivors have, quite rightly, called for meaningful change. They want decisive action to uncover, to disrupt and ultimately to prevent these horrendous crimes from ever happening in the first instance. The Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry has taken extensive evidence, publishing a number of reports into the abhorrent historic abuse of children. And I strongly welcome Lady Smith's work in Phase 10, which confirmed that it will be able to hear and act upon evidence relating to grooming and group-based child sexual abuse, where this falls within the inquiry's terms of reference. This work remains vitally important, and I commend the inquiry for their approach. I welcome the updates provided to the Education Committee this morning on the completion of the first phase of Police Scotland's review work and on the ongoing delivery of the National Review. Now, some commentary has suggested that the findings of the National Review will only be available once the review is fully complete. And I want to be clear with Parliament and survivors today that that is not the case. Phase 1 of the National Review will report to ministers by this summer. The work of the National Review is imperative in providing assurance that improvements will be made at local level. And it will also be instructive given the challenges on reporting and recording of child sexual abuse at local level. I again reiterate today that if any harm or risk to a young person is identified at any point during the National Review, then this will immediately be escalated through the appropriate channels, including to Police Scotland as required. Presiding Officer, I remind Parliament today that our local authorities do already have statutory responsibilities to identify, report and take action to protect any child who is at risk of harm. And as a society, we all have a responsibility for protecting our children. However, as I made clear in December, there is limited evidence at the current time on the nature and on the extent of group-based child sexual abuse in Scotland. It is, therefore, imperative that this evidence base is established at pace to clarify next steps and to lessen prolonged suffering for the victims of these crimes. And I know that members and survivors of child sexual abuse want to see accountability and improvements as quickly as possible. That sense of urgency is shared by Government. In December, I made it clear that the Government would keep the decision on whether or not to establish an inquiry into group-based child sexual abuse under review. And I committed to return to Parliament in February with a more substantive update. Accordingly, I have been considering this issue very carefully, looking at the evidence available, which continues to evolve, and importantly, listening to the voices of survivors and experts. Presiding Officer, to that end, I can confirm to Parliament today of my intention to establish a statutory public inquiry under the Inquiries Act 2005. This public inquiry will consider directly Scotland's response to group-based child sexual abuse and exploitation. I have asked Professor Alexis Jay to lead the inquiry, and I am pleased to confirm that she has agreed to do so. Professor Jay has unrivalled experience of chairing both statutory and non-statutory inquiries relating to child sexual abuse and exploitation. Professor Jay will have the authority to identify and to take forward any additional or accelerated areas of work which she considers necessary within the scope of the finalised terms of reference, which will now be developed with her input. Professor Jay will draw on her experience leading to the independent inquiry in Rotherham, the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse in England and Wales, as well as her vast experience in other areas of child protection, drawing on over 30 years of professional experience in social work. Professor Jay will immediately cease her role providing advice to the National Review in order to maintain the strict independence of this work and the inquiry. And while the terms of reference for the inquiry are being developed, Professor Jay will remain chair of the National Sexual Abuse and Exploitation Group, and these arrangements will accordingly be reviewed going forward. However, I am of the view that the announcement of an independent public inquiry is critical to maintaining public confidence in the work that I have previously announced in December and to encouraging openness and participation from victims and survivors. The inquiry will be distinct from the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry. It will focus specifically on group-based child abuse and exploitation, whereas the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry, while it is looking at these issues, has a far broader remit. It will focus on the potential prevalence of group-based abuse now and in the more recent past, whether brought forward by survivors or in relation to the findings from the National Review or Police Scotland's review of case files. The Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry will remain critical. As I have made clear previously to Parliament, the existing inquiry has heard and continues to take evidence in relation to group-based harm and child sexual exploitation of children in care wherever this abuse takes place, and it will also in due course make recommendations about our system of protection of children in care based on all the evidence that it has heard. I met with Lady Smith this morning alongside the Deputy First Minister to inform her of the decision to announce the new inquiry, and I have confirmed that the new inquiry will not duplicate the ongoing valuable work of the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry in this area. Presiding Officer, taking the decision now to establish an inquiry also enables us to make progress in parallel with the ongoing National Review and the Police Scotland review of cases. And establishing this inquiry will also provide additional assurance to survivors that there will be independent scrutiny of the findings of the National Review. While I, Professor Jay and the inspectorates themselves are confident in the robustness of these processes, which are very much operationally independent, we know that this additional layer of independence will provide survivors further assurance and confidence. Presiding Officer, for many survivors, distrust is rooted in lived experience, past failures to protect children from organisations, to address allegations or to take concerns seriously. There is a perception that institutions act defensively to protect organisational reputations rather than to prioritise truth-seeking or accountability. This has been a consistent theme in my discussion with survivors. All too often, when victims spoke up, institutions knew. And institutions with the powers to act and, importantly, the powers to help, all too often did not act to prevent abuse from occurring. The inquiry will therefore have the fullest investigatory powers required. With Professor Alexis Jay as chair, I hope that this provides survivors and the public with confidence in the process and the necessary, in my view, independence of this work. Survivor engagement was a key theme in my update to Parliament in December. Getting this right is imperative. I am therefore pleased to confirm to Parliament today that John O'Brien, who led the Truth Project in England and Wales, has agreed to lead the development and delivery of a Truth Project in Scotland. John O'Brien brings a wealth of experience and expertise in delivering a successful project which has already supported thousands of survivors in England and Wales to support our work. I met with Mr O'Brien last week to understand more about the approach he built to support the independent inquiry on child sexual abuse in England and Wales. Now, our approach in Scotland will seek to mirror this work to ensure that we hear from survivors and allow them the opportunity to share their experiences, helping to inform policy change and, importantly, providing access to support. The National Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation Strategic Group will also consider how it can engage survivors in its work. Presiding Officer, given the scale and costs of public inquiries to the public purse, this is not a step which the Government has taken lightly. Nonetheless, I consider the establishment of a public inquiry is now an essential one. Whilst it will be for the Chair to consider in our discussions thus far, I know that Professor Jay wants to ensure that the inquiry is carried out at pace. Presiding Officer, this Government is determined to act decisively to protect children from the horrendous harm of child sexual abuse and exploitation. The work of the National Review and Police Scotland's ongoing review of cases of group-based abuse will ensure that any improvements must be made in practice or action being brought to perpetrators to justice is taken as quickly as possible. The Truth Project will ensure that the voice of survivors is central to our collective efforts so that every action is informed by their experience and brings about the changes that they have told me must be made. The involvement of John O'Brien and his particular expertise and experience of delivering a successful project to support the one that we establish in Scotland will be essential. And the statutory inquiry chaired by Professor Alexis Jay will contribute to an even more comprehensive response. In closing, it is imperative that all organisations with responsibility for safeguarding work to ensure our children are protected use their powers to do so. We know that this has not always been the case in the past. We also know that children and young people have been let down as a result, and lives, frankly, have been ruined. Announcing an independent public inquiry today will not cure all which has come before. But it is a statement of intent from this Government that we will leave no stone unturned in the pursuit of justice for survivors of child sexual abuse. Indeed, those brave survivors should expect nothing less. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which time we will move on to the next item of business. It would be helpful if those members who would wish to ask a question were to press the request to speak buttons, and I call on Ros McCall.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of the statement. Finally, we've been calling for a public inquiry on grooming gangs since my colleague Liam Kerr put forward an amendment September last year. And I note the statement draws reference to a sense of urgency shared by the Government, but to be clear, we're only at this point due to the relentless campaigning by the victims' groups and continual questions raised by my Conservative colleagues. We've known for some time that victims have highlighted cross-border trafficking, and it's scandalous that they were not listened to before now. For every day we've been waiting for this inquiry, another victim goes without the justice they deserve. When pushed, the Cabinet Secretary for Justice asked for Megan Gallagher to make the case for a public inquiry and to what added value that would bring. And I wonder what has happened to change the Government's mind in this regard. The independence of the inquiry is essential. The terms of reference must be defined without further delay, and all institutions must be held accountable. So, Cabinet Secretary, your colleagues have misled Parliament on this matter, so we must have absolute faith in this process and its findings. What are the parameters of the inquiry? Is anything off limits? What is the timeframe expected by the Government to bring back the report for scrutiny? Will you provide MSPs with any additional evidence that has led to this U-turn? And as this is a historic inquiry, what immediate targeted support will be provided to police, social work and specialist child protection services to ensure there are no more cover-ups for victims?
Always through the Chair, Cabinet Secretary.
Thank Ros McCall for her question. She touched on a number of points, Presiding Officer. I will try to cover each in turn. Ms McCall spoke specifically about having faith in the process, and I have been keen throughout my engagement with survivors that all that we do on these issues is not politicised, and I think we need to be very careful across the board not to, for example, use individual examples in the chamber and to seek to look at the evidence base, which is exactly what I have been doing throughout this process, in order to arrive at informed decisions. Now, I gave an update to Parliament in December in relation to the work of the inspectorates. That work will be pivotal to the points that Ms McCall has made in relation to timescales and the terms of reference, because it will help to inform Alexis Jay's understanding of the TOR, and she, of course, will be an independent chair of this inquiry, so it's not for me to stipulate that as Cabinet Secretary. I also think that independence point is a point that has consistently been put to me by survivors, and I'm sure Ros has heard these points, Ros McCall, in her engagement with survivors, because, of course, many of them lack faith in some of these organisations for well understood reasons. So bringing a level of independence to this process, I think, is hugely important. She mentioned this being a U-turn from government. I don't necessarily accept that point, and in actual fact, if you return to the wording of my statement in December, I was very clear at that point that the government was not ruling out further inquiries in this space. What I did say was that I would come back to Parliament in February with a more substantive update. I have done so, and I have committed to a further inquiry, which I'm glad to hear from the Conservative benches they will be supportive of. Final point in relation to policing, of course, there has been additional funding provided through the budget to Police Scotland, and of course we'll be coming to stage 3 of the budget later this afternoon, and I very much hope the Conservatives find themselves able to vote for a budget which will provide additional income to Police Scotland to allow them to respond to some of the real challenges we see in relation to child sexual abuse.
I call Polly McNeill.
Thanks to the national press for the advance statement of this announcement. It would have been preferable that we heard it in the chamber. Scottish Labour fully supports the establishment to the full extent of group-based child exploitation to get to the truth behind the problem, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her updates and all the work that's been done by Professor Alexis Jay and so on. But it seems we don't have any early indications so far of what data there is to date that the inquiry will be scrutinising. So the first phase was to report in the summer, but now we have an expedited timetable, which is welcome. But what I want to be clear about is what has informed the decision to bring it forward. What do we know now that we didn't know then? Has information, substantial information, emerged since then? Has there been any preliminary estimation of the extent of grooming gang crime in Scotland? There's only been one meeting of the review, so I wonder where this substantial information has actually come to light. I think the Cabinet Secretary has to share that, because if the Cabinet Secretary is not able to share that information today, then I have to ask then, what exactly will the inquiry be looking at until it gets the evidence? Does it mean that the inquiry can't get off the ground until victims come forward and give that data?
Thank you, Mr McNeill. Before I ask the Cabinet Secretary to respond, just taking up the first issue that the member raised, it is, of course, the case that one should not be reading in the media about an announcement of this significance before the information has been known to this Parliament. And therefore it is extremely disappointing and indeed disrespectful to this Parliament and its elected representatives that that appears to have been the case in this instance. Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I want to come up to Pauline McNeill's points in turn. Pauline McNeill made a point in relation to expedited timescales. To confirm, the announcement I have made today in relation to an independent inquiry is not going to offset the timescales already set out by the Inspectorate. So they are set in relation to the work that will report in the summer. That will help, to my mind, to inform some of the terms of reference that Alexis Jay will then be seeking to develop as an independent chair. Pauline McNeill also mentioned that there had been one meeting, I think, of the review. I know that Alexis Jay was in front of the Education Committee this morning, and in her evidence she stated she'd been meeting nearly every week with the inspectorates and she's been impressed by the quality of work and the cooperation which has been carried out at pace. They started in November and they have engaged with Alexis Jay appropriately for knowledge of the subject matter. So, according to the evidence that's been taken in Parliament earlier today, there have been a number of different engagements in relation to the work of the inspectorates. But my own view is that that work will help to complement the work of the independent inquiry. But of course, it is for the independent chair to arrive at the terms of reference, working with government in that regard. I do think there's an issue here in relation to independence, and this was the point I made to Ros McCall. It is about survivors having faith in the process, and providing an independent inquiry will allow for survivors to have that independence. I think that is hugely important, and I've been really keen to engage and reflect on some of those engagements, including with Ms Constance at the cross-party group very recently. We need to ensure that survivors have faith in the process, so announcing today further work in relation to the Truth Project, which John O'Brien is going to lead on and I'm very pleased about, will also bring a new approach to survivor engagement. It will strengthen our approach, I believe, in Scotland. It's worked very well in other parts of the United Kingdom, so I'm very pleased that John O'Brien has agreed to come forward and to lead that piece of work with us. It will complement, to my mind, the work of the independent inquiry and, more broadly, the work of the inspectorates, which will continue in parallel to the inquiry itself.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Obviously, we have a number of members who wish to be able to get their shot to ask their questions, so we need succinct questions and answers to match. I call Miles Briggs to be followed by Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And yes, at Education Committee this morning, I asked the HM Chief Inspector of Constabulary in Scotland how long it would take for the decisions around the review and the reading of case files and data sets, and he did say to me it would be another year or so. Now, in the statement, the Cabinet Secretary says she's been considering the issue carefully and looking at the evidence available, which continues to evolve. She hasn't answered the question of what evidence is now available, which the Government have taken this decision on, beyond Scottish Conservatives calling for this inquiry. And I wonder if she would actually put to Parliament today what additional information she now has.
Cabinet Secretary.
I think it's fair to say, Presiding Officer, the evidence base on this issue continues to evolve, and I have set out some of the work in relation to the requirements for this to be an independent inquiry. I think that's hugely important. I've spent a great deal of my time listening to survivors. I think that too has formed part of our thinking in that regard, and it is imperative that survivors have faith in the work of the inspectorates additionally, but also in relation to the work of the independent inquiry. Sitting alongside this, though, will be the broader work which will be led by John O'Brien that I previously mentioned, and I think that will be hugely important in that respect, to helping to inform and listen to survivors. It's a very unique piece of work. I have, throughout this process as Cabinet Secretary, set up engagements for MSPs on a cross-party basis. We held one in January in one of the committee rooms with all of the inspectors and Alexis Jay. We will hold another one in March, and I would be very keen to ask John O'Brien to attend that meeting more broadly to ensure that MSPs across the political divide are kept up to date, recognising that we are.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I call Rona Mackay, followed by Claire Baker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm delighted to hear about the establishment of a truth project and the inquiry. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide further detail about how these will interact and work alongside each other to ensure survivors' voices will feed into the inquiry, as you have rightly said, is a priority?
Cabinet Secretary. So the remit of the Truth Project, as I previously mentioned, will be developed, and part of the consideration will of course be on that interaction with the inquiry itself. And I think members at the Education Committee this morning heard more on the detail of the Truth Project from Alexis Jay herself. It's not necessary though for a Truth Project to run alongside a statutory inquiry, but it can provide very valuable information from survivors, as I know from John O'Brien. Importantly though, the establishment of a Scottish Truth Project will allow survivors the opportunity to share their experiences, inform policy changes and, importantly, to access support. I'm very mindful, Presiding Officer, when we talk about these issues in the Chamber, it can be re-traumatising for victims, so we need to be careful about the way in which we conduct ourselves and talk about these issues, and that is why I think the Truth Project, which John O'Brien of course will lead, is so important. Now, Mr O'Brien was Secretary to the Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse in England and Wales, and he also led the development of the Truth Project, which ran alongside it. So we will learn from his extensive experience to the benefit of survivors.
Thank you. I call Claire Baker to be followed by Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Inquiries are often after an event, but as the Cabinet Secretary says in her statement, that will focus on the potential prevalence of group-based abuse now and in the more recent past. So the question is, how will the inquiry manage reports of abuse now? Because the lack of understanding we have of the extent of the problem kind of feeds into whether this is historic or whether this is actually happening now in Scotland.
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank the member for her question. I think she raises a hugely important point, and to my mind these are issues we will have to identify and respond to through the terms of reference which we will develop with Professor Alexis Jay. We of course have heard recent media reports about a variety of different issues in recent times, and I am really loath to raise any individual cases. I would not do that as Cabinet Secretary in the Chamber. I think it is important though that we have an understanding of the evidence base, and as I said in my statement, and continues to be the case, and as I think the Education Committee heard this morning, the evidence base on this issue is disjointed in some areas, and the ways in which organisations record for some of this type of behaviour and criminality is not consistent across the board. So the work of the inspectorates is really fundamental in that regard. But to Claire Baker's point, the terms of reference are also key. In terms of historic cases, of course, as I set out in my statement, the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry also has a locus here, so we need to develop terms of reference that really respect the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry and do not in any way overlap with their responsibilities, and we'll continue to work with Alexis Jay on how we do that to give assurance on the points.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I call Jackie Dunbar to be followed by Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The national review being carried out by the inspectorates is vital, particularly their third phase of improvement. Can the Cabinet Secretary give me reassurance that this work will continue alongside the inquiry, and if changes in practices or processes are identified as necessary, they will be made?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I very much agree, Presiding Officer, with Jackie Dunbar. The inspectorate-led review is critical. In Phase 1, the Phase 1 assessment, the inspectorates are scrutinising the data and the evidence from all local authorities on the threat and the risk of group-based abuse and exploitation. Phase 2, which is about assurance, will use those findings to carry out targeted scrutiny to identify strengths and weaknesses in local prevention, identification and response arrangements. And then in Phase 3, improvement will identify improvement needs, including those requiring national action. A national report and improvement programme will be provided to the Government to support better outcomes for children and young people additionally.
I call Patrick Harvey to be followed by Liam MacArthur.
The Cabinet Secretary may be aware of the conviction of an offender last week for threatening and abusive behaviour against one of our parliamentary colleagues, actions which were directly related to far-right campaigning on this issue. Some members of the Chamber have used social media to stir up hostility against others on this issue, and that action has consequences. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that we all have a responsibility to stand up to extremist rhetoric and to treat this issue with the seriousness it deserves, instead of fanning the flames of conspiracy and division?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Harvey for his question. to the general sentiment of his question in relation to us all having a responsibility to stand up to extremist rhetoric, yes, I very much agree with that. And I believe that the way in which we conduct ourselves in this chamber sends a strong message to children and young people and the public, who we, of course, are all elected to represent in this place. So I very much agree with the sentiment behind Mr Harvey's question.
I call Liam MacArthur, followed by Emma Harper.
Thank you. Can I welcome the establishment of the inquiry and wish Professor Alexis J. well. As the Cabinet Secretary acknowledged, all too often when young people have spoken up about their experience of abuse, they've been failed by institutions responsible for their care. The Bairns-Hoos model being rolled out across Scotland is designed to support children when they disclose hurt or harm. So alongside the inquiry work and dealing with the present concerns, can the Cabinet Secretary confirm if the Government will invest more in this model to protect children, prevent sexual abuse and ensure specialist support is available to every child who needs it?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Kerr for his question. I was actually in London at an interministerial group meeting on Monday, learning a little bit more about the UK Government's approach, and he'll be pleased to hear that our UK Government colleagues are coming to Scotland to learn more about the Bairns-Hoos model and all the work that we have undertaken in that space. The Bairns-Hoos model, of course, I think there are now 7 projects across the country at the current time that are funded by Scottish Government, and there is funding, of course, in the budget later on, which I'm sure Mr MacArthur and his colleagues will be voting for to support, because it's really important that in the Bairns-Hoos model, for example, we have education working with health, with justice on a cross-portfolio basis to provide support to survivors of child sexual abuse. So it's hugely important we listen to the voices of young people. And one point I haven't mentioned, Presiding Officer, is in relation to the Truth Project and how we will take account of the voices of young people, which is a point that John O'Brien will be providing further advice on.
I call Emma Harper, followed by Megan Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It is welcome that Professor Alexis J, with her considerable experience and expertise leading an England and Wales inquiry into child sexual abuse, will chair the inquiry announced today. Whilst it was a thorough inquiry, I note that it took 7 years. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide clarity on timescales for this inquiry? And because I can see that survivors as well as the public would prefer findings in considerably less than that time frame.
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, I very much agree, Presiding Officer, with the sentiment behind Ms Harper's question. The timescales, though, for an independent statutory inquiry rightly require dialogue with the independent chair, and that has to take into account the draft terms of reference and the 2005 Inquiries Act. However, in my discussions thus far, I know that Professor J wants to ensure that the inquiry is timely and carried out at pace, whilst also having that flexibility to investigate any areas which may come up through the inquiry process. The scope of the inquiry is also important in helping to set parameters and should not be wider than necessary or open-ended, as that can have consequences for both the time taken but also the cost of conducting the inquiry more broadly.
I call Megan Gallagher, to be followed by Audrey Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Conservatives have been calling for an inquiry for months, but there has been no urgency from this Government, none whatsoever. It was confirmed in November that we did not know the true scale and nature of grooming gangs. I even asked a question on it, and it's taken this Government 4 months to come to the Chamber to announce an inquiry today. But what concerns me more is that the Cabinet Secretary seems unable to tell Parliament what further information has come to light for this Government to change its mind. But this inquiry, it needs to be fearless, it needs to be fully transparent, but most importantly, it needs to have victims at its heart. There was a petition at committee this morning calling for a national whistleblowing officer to be established. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, is this something that the Scottish Government will now consider to give whistleblowers the confidence to come forward, to stand up for victims, to ensure that they get the justice they deserve?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Megan Gallagher for her question. I hope that she has welcomed the announcement today. I agree with her sentiment that any inquiry needs to be fearless, transparent and have victims at its heart, which is exactly the approach that I've taken throughout this process. She mentioned the Petitions Committee, which I think was considering a petition on this morning. For confirmation, I have written directly to the Petitions Committee on this, and I hope that the move from the Government in that regard will be welcomed by the committee and by the petitioner more broadly.
I call Audrey Nicholl, to be followed by John Mason.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Obviously, the specialist investigatory and intelligence role of Police Scotland is crucial in bringing perpetrators to account. So can the Cabinet Secretary provide an assurance that the officers conducting the review have the necessary experience, training and resources that they require to undertake this highly complex and specialist piece of work?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, Presiding Officer, as Audrey Nicholl knows, Police Scotland has a very well-established specialist capability in this area, including officers and staff who are specifically trained in child protection and in sexual abuse investigations and trauma-informed engagement. The Government recognises the scale and the sensitivity of this work, which is exactly why in the budget we provided additional funding of £2.7 million to Police Scotland to ensure that dedicated resources are available to undertake this specialist review. That funding is specifically intended to work to support the capacity and the expertise required for work that is so complex and important in that regard. It is also important to note that Police Scotland has very strong foundations by being able to take a national approach to this most serious of issues, including through the National Child Sex Abuse Investigation Unit.
And I call John Mason.
Thank you. Tomorrow afternoon we are debating public inquiries and the Finance Committee report and the cost of them and the time of them. We have had public inquiries that cost £50 million, £100 million, one that took 9 years. I really feel that the Cabinet Secretary saying that it will be done at pace is just not good enough. There surely has to be a timeline, there surely has to be a cost, because the money that goes into the inquiry is taken away from the police, away from the social workers and away from the NHS.
I very much recognise Mr Mason's challenge in relation to the points he has raised today. He will recognise too the limitations that are brought upon the Government in relation to the 2005 Inquiries Act in relation to costs and also stipulating timescales. However, to give assurance, I have discussed these matters with Alexis Jay. She is keen to move at pace, and of course these things will be discussed and agreed to through the terms of reference accordingly.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes the statement. Apology to the member I was unable to call, but I have to protect the time for the afternoon's business as agreed by Parliament. There will be a very short pause before we move on to the next item of business. Thank you. Thank you. As members will be aware, the presiding officer is required under standing orders to decide whether or not, in her view, any provision of a bill relates to a protected subject matter. That is, whether it modifies the electoral system and franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. In the case of this bill, in the presiding officer's view, no provision of the Budget Scotland No. 5 bill relates to a protected subject matter. Therefore, the bill does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3. The next item of business is a debate on motion 20860 in the name of Shona Robison on the Budget Scotland No. 5 bill at stage 3. I would invite those members who would wish to speak in the debate to please press the request to speak buttons, and I call on Cabinet Secretary Shona Robison to speak to and to move the motion. Up to 13 minutes, please.
Presiding Officer, I am very pleased to open today's Stage 3 debate on the Budget Scotland No. 5 bill. Before turning to the substance of today's discussion, I want to begin by thanking those whose work has brought us to this point. So the Finance and Public Administration Committee and all the parliamentary committees who have applied rigorous scrutiny, the Scottish Fiscal Commission who provide the independent forecasts that underpin our decisions, and the officials across the Scottish Government whose dedication ensures a publication of this scale can be delivered. I am also grateful to the First Minister and Cabinet colleagues for their support throughout, and to those members across the opposition benches who have engaged constructively throughout this process. Now, turning to the substance of today's debate, I want to begin where all meaningful public work must begin, with the people whose lives are shaped by what happens in this chamber. Every decision we take shapes the lives of people across Scotland, their daily experiences, the services they rely on and the opportunities that they hope for. As Parliament is aware, the fiscal and economic context remains highly challenging. Even in just the last 3 years, the period in which I have served as Finance Secretary, we have faced sustained inflation, higher interest rates, pressure on household incomes and increasing costs for public services. And despite that, we have focused on practical action to support people, strengthen our economy and to build resilience. And we can see the results of this approach in Scotland's economic performance. So for 10 consecutive years, Scotland has led the UK outside London for inward investment. Independent assessments have also confirmed a high investment-grade credit rating for the Scottish Government. Our income tax policy for 2026-27 will continue to protect the majority of taxpayers while supporting the investment needed in our public services and the social contract. We are maintaining our commitment to shield those on lower incomes, with more than half of taxpayers expected to pay less than they would elsewhere in the UK. Of course.
Craig Hoy. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. This year, 66,000 additional Scots will be dragged into the SNP's higher tax regime. Are they high earners? Cabinet Secretary.
Well, what I would say to Craig Hoy is that around 74% indeed of taxpayers are expected to be unaffected by maintaining the higher rate threshold at the same level. And of course, the resources that are raised from our taxation policy go into public services, something that would put at risk, of course, by the £1 billion of unfunded, unaffordable tax cuts that the Tories want to inflict on Scotland. The social contract is very important, and we've continued to protect the core elements of the social contract that the people of Scotland rely on every day, the foundations that help support well-being, opportunity and connection across Scotland. We've kept prescriptions free, we've maintained free tuition, we've continued to expand free school meals, we've protected free bus travel for under 22s and over 60s, and we've provided free baby boxes to give every child the best start in life. These commitments help make daily life a little steadier and a little fairer and reflect the values that we share as a nation. Many in this chamber take pride in Scotland's progress on child poverty, and I absolutely share that pride. During my time as Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice and in the years since, we've continued to see real improvements as we work towards the 2030 child poverty targets, unanimously endorsed by this Parliament. In 2026-27, the Scottish Child Payment will rise with inflation, supporting the families of around 330,000 children. From 2027-28, we'll increase the payment for families with a baby under 1 to £40 per week. The impacts of targeted benefits spending are borne out by the evidence that we see. Relative child poverty is at its lowest level since 2014-15, and absolute child poverty at its lowest annual rate in 30 years. In 2023-24, both were 9 percentage points lower than the UK average, meaning 90,000 fewer children are in poverty in Scotland than would otherwise be the case. Investment in our children, investment worth making, Presiding Officer. But progress is not just measured in statistics. Across Scotland, local partnerships are making a real difference. The Dundee Fairer Futures Partnership is one example, bringing key services together in trusted community spaces using a targeted approach to support families who need it most. I saw this first-hand during a visit some time ago to the Brooksbank Centre in Lunlathen in my constituency, where the model has delivered more than £2 million in employment and income maximisation support. Since then, the approach has been expanded into Douglas and Stobswell, and families consistently highlight how convenient and accessible it is. As one parent said, they're able to do it all in one place. It's great that it's on my doorstep. This budget strengthens that wider support. During this summer, all primary pupils will have access to free swimming lessons as part of our wider summer of sport. And by August 2027, every primary and special school will have a breakfast club. Presiding Officer, this budget backs Scotland's economy with targeted investment in skills, infrastructure and business growth. For housing, it delivers a record-breaking settlement of £926 million for the affordable housing supply, the strongest support for affordable housing in decades. On non-domestic rates, reliefs are forecast to provide over £870 million of support in 2026-27, including the Small Business Bonus Scheme and retail, hospitality and leisure reliefs, giving certainty during a period of cost pressure. Transitional relief will continue to support those facing the largest increases following revaluation. But this sits within a wider economic package. We're investing over £31 million to drive innovation, enterprise and entrepreneurship, sustaining £326 million for our enterprise agencies and committing over £215 million to city and regional growth deals alongside support for regional partnerships and community wealth building. On climate, this budget recognises the significant and serious impacts of the climate emergency and the costs of inaction. This budget delivers practical action now through over £5 billion of climate-positive investment in 2026-27. That includes £316 million for sustainable travel and low-carbon transport, £47.5 million to support a just transition in the industrial sector, including £15.6 million capital for the Grangemouth Industrial Cluster Strategy. We are restoring Scotland's natural environment, maintaining the Nature Restoration Fund at last year's level, with £26 million to halt biodiversity loss and ensure Scotland becomes nature positive by 2030. I'll give way to Fergus Ewing.
Fergus Ewing.
I'm grateful. The Nairn bypass has been ready for 2 years now to go into procurement stage to be completed. It will not go into procurement until 2029. Given the budget, the capital budget is the highest ever, £7,600 million. Can the Cabinet Secretary understand that people in Nairn and the Highlands in generally feel that they are the forgotten tribe in Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, it's far from the case, and the Cabinet Secretary for Transport has kept this Parliament updated about all of those important projects, and our commitment to them remains solid as ever. But of course, Fergus Ewing is right to highlight the capital budget, but of course it decreases over the course of this Parliament because of the cuts in the capital budgets from the UK Government, and therefore we are having to make sure that capital investment goes on all of the priorities, including the over £900 million for the Affordable Housing Supply Programme, something I would have thought Fergus Ewing would welcome. Public services are essential to Scotland's well-being, and this budget supports their continued improvement and reform. This budget provides a record £22.5 billion in our NHS, supporting improvements in waiting times and GP access and expanding high street walk-in centres. And I was very pleased to see Lochee was part of the First Minister's announcement yesterday, which will provide real benefit to people across Dundee as part of a £36 million rollout offering same-day, no-appointment GP care. And for local government, of course, welcome that investment.
Exactly. I appreciate the Cabinet Secretary giving way when she says that people from across Dundee can access it. Is it not the case that it's only people who are registered patients in the Lochee practice already?
These walk-in centres will provide additional capacity for a range of people across all of the locations that they're located in, and it just seems very strange that Michael Mara can't bring himself to welcome this investment in an area that he's supposed to care about. For local government, we are delivering £15.7 billion, including the additional £20 million of funding announced at stage 1, which can be used towards funding the real living wage for adult and childcare sectors. For colleges, we're providing a 10% uplift, a £70 million increase in resource and capital funding, alongside investment to help adult learners gain new skills and qualifications, and transformation will be central to ensuring the sector remains sustainable. Very briefly, will you get the time back?
We thank the Deputy First Minister for her commitment on colleges, and it's welcomed in the sector. They are looking for a long-term plan. They want to make sure that this is going to be continued in future years. And now I know we can't tell what the next Parliament's going to do, but would that be her intention, that this is part of something that's going to be a much longer-term plan?
Cabinet Secretary.
And I think I've made that clear, but happy to put it on the record again. We remain steadfast in our commitment to preventing and eradicating violence against women and girls, which is why we've provided a 5% uplift to the Delivering Equally Safe Fund, an extra nearly £1.1 million per year. And we continue to improve public transport. Last year, Scotland became the only part of the UK to remove peak rail fares, the biggest reform in decades. And this year will freeze ScotRail fares for 26-27 and remove peak fares on the Northern Isles ferry services for islanders, encouraging greater use of sustainable transport. Throughout this budget process, I've worked to try to build consensus across Parliament, engaging constructively with members willing to do so. And that collaboration has helped deliver improvements in neurodevelopmental assessment and care for children and young people, further investment in our hospice sector to support pay parity with Agenda for Change, support for communities affected by the Mossmorran closure and funding for changing places toilets. And I can also confirm today that we'll continue to provide around £1 million of funding for the Aberlour Children's Charity in 2026-27, offering ongoing support for the important community-based intensive perinatal support service. I'm grateful to all those who engaged in good faith, and I welcome the confirmation from the Scottish Liberal Democrats and Mr Balfour that they will support the budget. And even among those parties indicating they will not support the budget, there are members who have argued strongly for specific measures that we've delivered. It would be unusual, Presiding Officer, for members to secure outcomes that they've actively championed and then choose not to support the legislation and the funding that makes them possible. When I was first elected in 1999, this Parliament had very limited fiscal powers. Since then, we've seen further devolution, and Scotland now has a substantial share of its own revenue, which delivers key elements of our social security system. Yet, significant constraints remain, and many critical levers still sit with Westminster. As both the IFS and the Scottish Fiscal Commission have recently highlighted, funding growth is set to slow significantly in the years ahead, and Scotland remains heavily dependent on UK Government decisions, a challenge for this Parliament as a whole, not just for one party alone. Through the 2023 Fiscal Framework Review, I was able to agree some welcome improvements with the UK Treasury. That represented meaningful progress, but I've always been clear that it cannot be the end of the journey. With a further review now beginning, the next Parliament will have the opportunity and responsibility to argue for a more ambitious and flexible settlement. Of course, the simple truth is, Presiding Officer, that it's only with the full fiscal powers of independence that we'll be able to realise our true potential as a nation. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, it has been an honour and a privilege to serve in this Parliament for over 27 years and in various roles in government since 2007. I've held a number of ministerial roles over the years, but the finance brief has been the most rewarding by far, because it's where the tools sit to enable delivery, to drive change and to support real transformation across government and society as a whole. So I wish my successor well in the role, and I urge them to be bold and ambitious as they take forward the vital task of transforming our public services. And with that, I'm very proud to move that the Parliament agrees that the Budget Scotland No. 5 Bill be passed.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I now call Craig Hoy to open on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives. Up to 9 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I wish the Cabinet Secretary well as she prepares to leave this Parliament. I do hope that she will not be leaving a note to her successor saying there is no money left, and perhaps she could leave a note also that suggests that her successor doesn't follow in the same suit of continuing to raise taxes on ordinary, hard-working Scots. Tonight, Mr Sweeney is already getting wound up. So tonight the Scottish Conservatives will be the only party whose MSPs vote against this bad SNP budget. The only party with the backbone and the conviction to tell these Scottish ministers to go back to the drawing board, to drop a budget that gives a fair deal to Scottish taxpayers, a fair deal to Scottish public services and a fair deal for businesses such as Scotland's struggling pubs. Deputy Presiding Officer, set against the ongoing cost of living crisis, this budget adds to many people's biggest bill, their tax bill. It also increases tax on businesses with no action to stop the looming and catastrophic business rates re-evaluation. The Scottish Conservatives have set out an alternative to the failed left-wing approach now shared right across the other benches here at Holyrood. We would lower bills for hard-working Scottish families and businesses and in turn grow the Scottish economy. We would end the doom loop of ever higher taxes paying for the SNP's ever-ballooning benefits bill. But that is not the approach taken by this Cabinet Secretary nor John Sweeney's government. So let's use this final debate on the budget in this Parliament to look in some detail at some of the central failures contained within the budget. The Minister thought that she was being clever when she unveiled the centrepiece of John Sweeney's pre-election budget, a £32 a year income tax cut. £32 a year. A fiscal stunt derided by analysts and commentators as the lowest tax cut in history. A pound shop policy from a pound shop government. But behind these smoke and mirrors lies a far harsher reality for many Scottish households. By freezing upper rate thresholds, this government continues to push more and more average and middle income earners into higher rates of tax. And by the end of the decade, this SNP government's tax regime will look like the modern-day equivalent of state-sponsored highway robbery. But at least Cabinet Secretary Dick Turpin had the sense to wear a mask. Now, Shona Robison says that she likes facts. So let me give her some real tax facts, not the phony SNP spin that she relies on. In 2017, just 12% of Scots workers were paying the higher rate of tax or above. By the end of this decade, this number rises to a staggering 40%. And this year alone, 66,000 Scots have been dragged into the higher rate tax under the SNP. And before, I will in a moment, and before the Minister repeats her tired old trope about those with the broadest shoulders, let us ask ourselves who these people really are, Minister. Nurses, teachers, car mechanics, council administrators, HGV drivers, social workers, they're all now classed as high earners in the SNP's Scotland. And I will give way to Mr Brown.
Keith Brown.
Can I thank Craig Hoy for taking the intervention? Given the issue of tax over the period that he suggests, would he think it's a good time now to apologise for the fact that the Conservatives that he supported trebled the national debt to nearly £3 trillion and brought in the highest tax burden since the Second World War? And it's only the actions of the Scottish Government that have reduced that burden here in Scotland.
Craig Hoy.
Well, Mr Brown must have been so busy as the SNP's deputy leader looking at the SNP's accounts that he missed COVID and the war in Ukraine, which led to a significant increase in everybody's energy bills. Now, it's not just me, but it is not just me. It is not just me who is pointing out the folly of this SNP government's budget. Fraser of Allender's Mary Spowage says the shift in the tax base amounts to, and I quote, a fundamental change in who counts as a higher rate taxpayer and what proportion of the income distribution should be paying the higher rate of tax. In the coming year, the total additional burden of the SNP's tax regime will be nearly £1.8 billion. But only £969 million will actually accrue to the Scottish budget. This is the true cost of the SNP's ongoing failure to grow the Scottish economy. So based on tax outcomes alone, we will not be voting for this budget. But there are very, very many other reasons not to do so. Because projections for benefit spending are eye-watering and are creating a cycle of dependency that can no longer be credibly described as an investment in Scotland's future. It is not just undesirable to adopt the SNP's soft-touch approach to benefits, as they do through the adult disability payment, or to disincentivise work through the Scottish Child Payment, given that the Scottish Government's own data reveals that 1 in 10 recipients have changed the way they interact through the workforce. It is also fundamentally unsustainable, as a number of independent reports have flagged again this week. Professor David Heald, one of the Scottish Government's own tax advisers, has warned, and I quote, of an erosion of the rest of the Scottish budget as a result of the mounting benefits bill, which already accounts for the £1 in every 7 spent by the SNP government, and which will rise to £10 billion by the end of the decade. But in this budget, as a result of the SNP's ballooning benefits bill, there's less for rural affairs, there's less for enterprise agencies, and in future years there's less for local councils and for Scotland's health boards. Ministers must be honest that spending more on benefits means tax rises or severe cuts to core services, or ultimately the toxic combination of both. But for the record, Deputy Presiding Officer, we would cut tax and cut the benefits bill, and our plans, Cabinet Secretary, are costed and deliverable, unlike many of the measures in the budget we are debating today. And our approach would create a virtuous circle, giving people and businesses more of their own money to spend and invest as they choose. Tackling welfare will give more people the chance to work, breaking the culture of dependency which has been cynically fostered by this SNP government. Now, turning to other areas of the budget, on college spending, Shona Robison, I don't have time. On college spending, On college spending, Shona Robison claims to have delivered a major boost to the sector, which is already facing significant cash pressures. But she is misleading Parliament once again, because by claiming a £70 million uplift, she knows that funding for the Dunfermline Learning Campus has been set aside, and the real increase is only therefore £40 million. And at the same time, Mr Sweeney, the Minister cannot escape another fact. The sector endured a 20% real terms funding cut at the hands of the SNP government over the 5 years to 2025-2026. Mr Sweeney,
members,
I will give Mr Sweeney, but can he comment on the fact that the Audit Scotland declared that the situation facing colleges under the SNP as a result of those cuts was stark?
First Minister.
To Mr Hoy for giving way. Can I just point out to Mr Hoy that he's falling into the usual trick of the Conservatives of coming here and demanding cuts in tax which will reduce public expenditure and then demanding more public expenditure for one particular sector. It just illustrates the total illiteracy, the economic illiteracy of the Conservative Party.
Craig Hoy.
Given that independent analysts have said that this budget is a parallel universe, Mr.
Hoy, please resume your seat. I will not have all this goings on across the benches here. We've got a speaker who's on his feet, and we will listen to him with some courtesy. Thank you, Mr Hoy.
No wonder Mr Sweeney wants to shout his opponents down, because he knows that we're backed by independent analysts who are saying that this is a bad budget for Scotland. Because Shona Robison has robbed Scotland's colleges blind for the last half-decade, but now she claims to be riding to their rescue, expecting them to be grateful when she returns some of the cash that the SNP has stolen in recent years. And on health spending, the government is being equally economical with the facts. The IFS warns that the overall health and social care budget for day-to-day spending is set to increase by just 0.2% in real terms in the coming year. But after planned transfers to councils for social care wage increases, funding for other social care services is set to fall by 0.6% in real terms. Now, ultimately, the Scottish Government says that they can take this budget to the country. But I believe people will see through their smoke and mirrors, because the harsh realities of this budget, is that it will pass because of the spineless complacency of other parties in this place. But even now, it is not too late for them to see sense, to take their heads out of the sand, for them to side with these Scottish Conservatives by supporting decisive action to tackle the SNP's bloated benefits bill, to cut tax and properly fund productive public services. But they will not do so, because on the fundamental challenges now facing Scotland, it is increasingly clear that Labour, the Lib Dems and now Reform are opposition to this SNP government in name only. And on May the 7th, this is a fact that will not be lost on ordinary, hard-working Scots who will have to pick up the bill for yet another bad SNP budget.
It could be helpful if we didn't have the running commentary from the front benches as people are speaking. I call Michael Mara. In 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Presiding Officer. Given that the Cabinet Secretary rightly ended her speech in valedictory terms, it's right that I should begin with my own compliments to her on a quarter-century of service, both to our country and to our city of Dundee. The personal sacrifices involved in that are considerable, I think anybody would recognise, for any politician of such tenure. And she has my sincere best wishes for whatever comes next for her. I think that ends the nice stuff on the clapping, I would anticipate. Thank you very much, First Minister. Because what is good in this budget sees what a knackered SNP government desperately trying to fix a few of their own mistakes. Back to form, I think it's fair to say. They are trying to turn a corner on themselves, on the harm that they have wrought on Scotland's public services and on Scotland's finances, Presiding Officer. But let's be clear, this budget contains none of the transformative change that Scotland needs after 2 decades of the SNP. And it's been obvious to anyone with even a passing interest that this budget was always going to pass, and the pretend brinkmanship of the SNP has been exposed for what it always was, the same same old SNP spin. Scottish Labour will not stand in the way of police officers, nurses and local services continuing to be funded at the start of the new financial year in just 5 weeks' time. But we know that this budget of half measures will not last the year. Independent experts from the Institute for Fiscal Studies and the Fraser of Allender Institute have said so. They have said that there are areas of the budget that are, and I quote, increasingly detached from reality. It's more of the same financial chaos from the SNP. We've had 3 consecutive years of emergency budgets in this session alone. Another emergency budget is now a racing certainty for whoever forms the next government after May. And a spending review that within days of publication the Cabinet Secretary told the Finance Committee she does not expect to last. There's no grip on the finances and no grasp of the peril into which they are plunging Scotland. Take local government. At the sharp end of SNP cuts and, in a move straight out of John Sweeney's playbook of the last 2 decades, mercilessly hammered yet again by this SNP government. Year after year, the SNP in Edinburgh knife local government and leave local councillors to take the flak for the savage cuts they are forced to mete out on communities. As we speak, councils are meeting to set their budgets for the coming year, forced into eye-watering council tax rises yet again. All because the SNP in Edinburgh refuses to give councils their fair share. Many councils now find themselves struggling to deliver even the most basic statutory services. Certainly, Mr Mason.
Briefly, John Mason.
I thank Mr Marra for giving way. Is it his argument that we're giving too much to the NHS and we should switch that to local government?
Michael Marra.
Absolutely clear that what local government need is a sustainable budget that can be taken over the long term. And what we see in the spending review, as Mr Mason well knows, is £500 million of cuts over the spending review period. And it's even the SNP's own councillors, including Ricky Bell, the COSLA resource spokesperson, that are biting back. There have never been ones to ignore the chance of financial sleight of hand, of course. And the SNP tried in this budget to get away with claiming they were uplifting the real living wage for social care workers, whilst neglecting to say that it was only the discretionary element and not the statutory amount that the money had been allocated for, leaving overstretched local authorities to pick up the pieces. I don't have time, I'm afraid. Frankly, the U-turn on that play was as welcome as it was inevitable. But it does beg the question as to why the SNP SPADs thought they could get away with it in the first place. And it gets worse. The spending review tells us that if the SNP get back in May, they will slash local government budgets by nearly £500 million. And it's hard to fathom where councils will be able to make such swinging cuts. Perhaps the Cabinet Secretary can give some suggestions as to how many teachers will lose their jobs as a result of our plans, how many swimming pools and libraries should close, how many vulnerable people will not get the care they need to allow councils to balance the books. And what the SNP has willingly done to local government is symptomatic of their approach to government, always finding someone else to blame. On non-domestic rates, data published by the Scottish Fiscal Commission yesterday showed the additional measures the Cabinet Secretary announced, bringing release for licensed hospitality and music venues up to 40% will cost £9 million in a budget of £60 billion. It's a drop in the ocean. Since July 2024, the Scottish Government has received an additional £10.3 billion from the UK Labour Government. The SNP always had the funds to deliver 40% relief. So why on earth didn't they do so in the first place? They were willing to let vital hospitality businesses across Scotland go to the wall rather than give them the reliefs they needed to survive. And of course, there's still no answer from the SNP to the looming challenge of revaluation, which will see many businesses' rateable value double or even triple. Yes, sir.
Fergus Ewing, briefly.
Sorry, I had more time than I thought.
Thank you, Mr Marra. Does Mr Marra agree with me that so muddle-headed is the thinking of the Scottish Government in the failure of their own estimates to make any allowance for businesses closing as a result of high tax burdens, that they may end up by receiving even less money than they would have if they had granted the postponement which we all argued for?
Michael Marra.
I do agree with the member. I apologise to the Cabinet Secretary. I had more time than I thought I did. But Scottish Labour does support... Scottish Labour does support an immediate pause of the revaluation on that basis, and we believe that a fundamental overhaul of non-domestic rate system is required to better support our businesses, which are the lifeblood of our high streets and communities. And the SNP's mishandling of non-domestic rates does sum up their approach. It's half measures and gimmicks rather than the hard work in facing up to those difficult decisions that Scotland faces together. They are invested in the status quo and managed decline in defending a record of failure. They will never take the bold action needed to fix what they've broken in our country, and it is long past time for change.
Thank you. I now call on Ross Greer. Around 6 minutes, Mr Greer.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I start by thanking the Cabinet Secretary, not just for the constructive relations that we've had over the last couple of years in her current portfolio, but as Michael Mara said, for a quarter of a century serving Scotland in public office. Certainly throughout the period that we've worked together, I've always found the Cabinet Secretary to be someone willing to listen, even on the areas where I've been at my most challenging. And I've certainly found where there have been opportunities for cooperation, we've been able to make that work to the benefit of the people of Scotland, some of which I'll be proud to talk about in this debate. I talked about some of the priorities that the Greens went into the budget negotiations with at stage one. I don't want to just repeat all that now. Perhaps if there's time, I'll return to a bit of it later. But I do want to focus in this, the final budget debate of this session of Parliament, on the overall state of our public finances, because we do all acknowledge that Scotland's public finances are no longer sustainable. The question is why, and what do we do about that? Well, on why, we need to reflect on the reality of 15 years of Conservative austerity that was not entirely ended by the Labour Party. I would acknowledge there has been a difference since Labour won the UK election in 2024, but decisions like employer national insurance contributions do give us the feeling of for every 2 steps forward we have to take a step back once again. But it's not just that either. It has been the growing demand for social care, and yes, it has been the pressure, the financial pressure that our social security system is putting on our public finances. But that is a result of choices that we should be proud of. We should be proud to own the decisions that we've made in this Parliament in regards to social security. Yes, there's been a financial implication, and I'll come to that in a minute, but the real outcome, the most important outcome of that system, is that this is the only part of the United Kingdom where child poverty is falling. This is the only part of the UK where we are materially transforming the lives of some of our most vulnerable families. That's the decisions that we've made. It's also the only part of the United Kingdom where you can get free university tuition, where young people can travel on the bus for free, where we have free personal care. These are choices that we should be rightly proud of. Take that intervention.
First Minister, briefly.
I'm grateful to Mr Greer for giving way. I wonder if Mr Greer would comment on what appears to me to be the ardent hypocrisy of the Conservative Party of voting for legislation on the establishment of Social Security Scotland and the underpinning of the values of dignity, fairness and respect, and then spending all their time in this chamber attacking social security expenditure and some of the most vulnerable in our society.
Ross Greer.
I think the First Minister has highlighted the descent of the Conservative Party over the last decade, where just a few years ago they had moved a little bit closer to everyone else in recognising the need to do right by the most vulnerable families in our community. But now, over the last few years, the mask has slipped. The nasty party is back. The spectre of reform robbing them of 2/3 of their vote has sent them right back to the worst of George Osborne's economics and these attacks on the most vulnerable. And they phrase it, Deputy Presiding Officer, as tough choices. They say we have to make tough choices, but every tough choice they suggest isn't tough for them. It's by and large not tough for the people who even vote for them. The people it's tough for are the most vulnerable families in our society, the people that they want to rob of what is often literally life-saving support. Craig Hoy didn't like it when I brought this up in the last budget debate, but studies in both the British Medical Journal and the Lancet have shown between 150 and 350,000 excess deaths across the UK as a direct result of the austerity that the last Conservative UK government unleashed. I would be delighted to hear from Mr Hoy whether he is somehow rejecting the British Medical Journal and Lancet peer-reviewed studies, and if so, on the basis of which qualifications?
Briefly, Craig Hoy.
the Greer and SNP government study, which says that 1 in 10 recipients of the Scottish Child Payment is changing the way they interface the labour market, turning down additional hours or rejecting a pay increase. Wouldn't it be better that these people took the additional hours or the pay increase and freed up that money to use for other people who may be living in poverty?
Ross Greer.
Deputy Presiding Officer, Mr Hoy helpfully highlights another area of Conservative hypocrisy, where on the one hand they say that people who are in receipt of social security benefits should be more focused on work and taking on more work, and on the other hand they have objected to every rise in the minimum wage for years. The reason that there are people in the social security system having to make difficult choices about whether or not to take on more work is because the UK is such a low-wage economy as a result of choices the last Conservative government made. They need to own this decision. The reason that people... I do not expect the parent of children who are struggling to make an active choice to put their family in a worse financial situation because the only employment opportunities available to them are of such low wage, in part as a result of deliberate decisions taken by the Conservative Party. If they believe that work is the route out of poverty, then they should support efforts to make sure that no employer is allowed to pay poverty wages. The reality is 2/3 of children in this country who are in poverty are in working households. That's the problem that we need to solve. I would have more respect for the Conservatives' position on the social security system. I certainly wouldn't agree with it. I would have more respect for it, Presiding Officer, if it was combined with a serious effort to eradicate poverty pay in this country. But they're quite happy with poverty pay in this country, so I won't be taking any lessons from them on the social security system. But I do want to finish on this point. The Conservatives are pushing all of us to make what they describe as tough choices. And again, it's not tough choices for them or, by and large, their supporters. But they say that there is simply no option other than to make huge cuts to the services we provide to the most vulnerable people in our society. The point I want to end on, Presiding Officer, is a Scottish Government publication from just a few weeks ago, pointing out that the top 2% of people in this country have more wealth than half the population combined. If we're talking about tough choices, tough for who? Who are we expecting to shoulder the burden of getting our finances back on a sustainable footing? This is one of the richest countries in the history of the world, and I, for one, and the Greens certainly, will be rejecting the Conservatives' attempt to create a doom loop that says the only thing that we can do to make our finances sustainable is punish the most vulnerable in our society. We should all be proud of the decisions this Parliament has taken collectively over the last decade to lift children out of poverty and to transform their lives. We do now need to accept that to make that sustainable, we need to get serious about wealth redistribution in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Just another gentle reminder that reaction to what is said is one thing, but I don't need a running commentary of what is being said in real time. I now call Jamie Green, around 6 minutes, please.
Thank you. Can I just say to the Cabinet Secretary, we all know that politics can be pretty unforgiving. I imagine for those who hold the benefit of having a government ministerial office will know that more than any of us, and I do wish her the very best when she leaves Parliament. Equally, as I think we've seen a little bit today, politics can be needlessly theatrical sometimes. But actually, at the end of the day, politics is a serious business sometimes, and you just have to roll up your sleeve and get the business done. And I do appreciate, and I've heard some speeches today and 2 weeks ago, that colleagues may not reach the same conclusions about this budget as I will, but I do respect them for laying out their reasons, some of them passionate, some of them ideological, and others, well, quite misguided. But I do hope in turn that they will respect genuinely the 300 million reasons why I might take a different view on the budget this evening. Because actually, at our party spin conference this weekend past just in Edinburgh, I was really grateful and really humbled actually to meet the many charities and third sector organisations who came along. Mr Hoy's chuckling away. They came to his conference as well. And I was very grateful to meet and spend some time with them. People like Marie Curie, who are helping people live with cancer, people like the National Autistic Society, who are supporting young people who have it tough in life, the Hospices UK, who are fighting for our carers. The point I want to make here, Presiding Officer, they are real people in the real world. People who live in those annual budget cycles that we have to contend with. And most of them really never know what's in store for them year on year financially. And it's those sorts of real-world conversations that I've been having these past 2 weeks. And it is because of those conversations I've had these past 2 weeks, I think, why I'm entirely vindicated, why I was right to sit down and negotiate with the government. Look, I have had many issues with the SNP government over the years. I've spent half of my political life criticising them on the ferries fiasco, on access to local healthcare, or the early release policy, which I had issues with. And absolutely, I do not share their vision on independence. But I tell you, I will not make any apologies, because I will never pass up on the opportunity to sit down with the government of the day, whoever it is, and fight for the things that matter to me. Our small businesses do face uncertainty, particularly around business rates. Our social care sector, I believe, is in deep crisis. Our hospices are living hand to mouth year after year, and our colleges, as others have mentioned, like the West of Scotland campus in Greenock, which actually had to close its doors due to its crumbling buildings. But none of this can be fixed within the confines of an annual budget cycle. That doesn't mean you shouldn't try, though. I'm not blind to the fact that the long-term fiscal outlook for Scotland is pretty grim. And I think most independent analysts will tell you that. Whoever takes the reins of the government in May will have some very difficult choices to make. It could be up to £5 billion fiscal deficit by the end of this decade. The Auditor-General tells us so. The Scottish Fiscal Commission tell us so. The Fraser of Allender Institute tell us so. These are people I value and respect in their opinion. And it's always been my view that I don't think we can meet this fiscal shortfall solely out of higher taxation, because we do know that extra taxes raised in Scotland do not always fully translate into extra real terms cash for public services. Ask Audit Scotland for their opinion on this. They wrote a paper on it. And I think those are points that the Labour front benches and people like Liz Smith and Murdo Fraser often rightly make in this chamber. And equally, the Audit Commission points to a £1 billion black hole in the finances of local government. I do not deny any of this, but equally none of this can be fixed within the confines of a single-year budget. My view is that more better-paid jobs, and it really is as simple as this, is the only way we can climb our way out of this fiscal black hole. I do not believe, and I never have, that slash-and-burn politics will fix our finances. And I say genuinely to those who do say cut the welfare bill, I ask simply, whose benefits do you want to cut? In a second. Who is it in my family that currently gets ADP will not get it once you've cut those benefits? Which refugees in Glasgow do you want to make homeless? Who will you send home to torture or death because they are gay? Which children in towns like mine in Greenock do you want to push back into poverty? Because government is about choices, sometimes difficult ones, and many of them I've disagreed with over the years. Many of them. But I would say if you have the opportunity or the leverage to push the government further, then you take that opportunity and you use it. I took that opportunity and I'm not ashamed of it, because ultimately it doesn't matter how much you crow from the sidelines. Getting stuff done matters in politics. And actually, when I spoke to UK Hospitality, and I know there's deep unhappiness about what's happened with revaluations, but they put out a statement after the draft budget, and it was, I'll just quote them directly. The Chief Executive said, the budget deal to secure extra business rate relief was a good example of how the Scottish Parliament can make a positive difference to businesses when political parties work together. And I agree with that. We don't do enough of it in this place. And at the end of the day, when I leave this place at the end of March and go back to the real world, I will meet our college leaders and our young entrepreneurs and those pub owners and the hospice workers and the staff at Aberlour. And I know they need more help. But I also know that I will have done everything I can to squeeze every penny out of this government within the limitations that being in opposition affords you. And why wouldn't I? Because being in opposition does merit and mean being angry sometimes with the government. But it also means taking any opportunity you get to get stuff done. I took mine, and I hope others will respect my motives for doing so. Some may even come to regret that they didn't do the same. Sorry, Officer.
Thank you. We now come to the open debate. We are already behind time schedule, so I will be keeping members firmly to their speaking time allocation. I call first Kenneth Gibson, to be followed by Liz Smith. Up to 6 minutes, Mr Gibson.
To speak today not as the convener of the Finance and Public Administration Committee. Nevertheless, it's the last time a number of my committee colleagues, John Mason, Michelle Thompson and Liz Smith, possibly me and others, depending on the election results, will speak in such a debate, and the Cabinet Secretary for Finance too. So I must admit to feeling more than a modicum of sadness this afternoon. But to business. As we all know, this year's Scottish draft budget was much delayed due to the dithering of the UK Chancellor, who not only announced her own budget weeks later than she did in 2024, but only after weeks of leaks to the media about what it might contain. Nudges, hints, winks and a full-blown press conference that meant the Scottish Government itself was facing numerous potential funding scenarios. I therefore pay tribute to the hard work of the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, the Minister for Public Finance and their officials in preparing a budget that the majority of MSPs will support today. It looked quite different before Christmas. There's no SNP majority and ministers braced themselves for expensive, hard-to-meet demands from the Scottish Greens and Liberal Democrats. And yet sometimes help can come from the most unexpected quarter. Step forward here of our one Michael Mara MSP, who had the decency to let us know, even before the draft budget was published, its content unseen, that Labour would decisively abstain, ensuring that the budget would pass. I know SNP members are keen to congratulate our man in Dundee for his tacit support. Of course, Green and Lib Dem MSPs at a stroke lost their bargaining power with Scottish ministers. To their credit and Ms Robison's, they continued to engage and both parties were able to secure concessions from the Scottish Government, as indeed has independent MSP Jeremy Balfour. It could have been so different for Labour, but due to an apparent communication glitch, which left poor Michael for long awaiting a call that never came, although my understanding is that he was to contact the Cabinet Secretary, not the other way around, but we'll never know. The reality is we have at UK level what The Economist only last week called, and I quote, a zombie Labour government, failing to govern in the interests of anyone outside the Starmer clique, terrified of its own backbenchers. A UK government that in only 18 months has performed 15 major U-turns on subjects from winter fuel payments and the two-child cap, support for which left to suspense of 7 of its own MPs, to the daft brick card and the triple U-turn on Wasby 1. Growth across the UK is too meagre to deliver the services people need and want. And UK Labour's paralysis is mirrored by a branch office in Scotland terrified to upset any vested interest as they battle to hold on to third place in the polls. That is the logic behind their seemingly bizarre reason to abstain. As for the Tories, if the SNP had invented the light bulb, they'd denounce it as a dangerous anti-candle device. Such is their mindless opposition, again signalled even before the draft budget was published. Once more, we expect to see their backbenchers call for additional money to be spent here, there and everywhere, with no effort taken whatsoever to detail how they'll fund the demands or where the £1 billion in tax cuts they seek would come from. And why is it £1 billion every year? Haven't the Tories heard of inflation? That it's such a rounded number shows it's just plucked lazily from thin air. And as for the fiscally illiterate, desperate, let's hand back the underspend without any explanation of how the back of a fact packet ID will be delivered. I note that even though it was announced only last week, Mr Hoy, in his 9-minute speech, somehow failed to mention it. With the latest opinion poll predicting only seven Tory MSPs after May, their strategy, such as it is entirely self-defeating. So what does this budget deliver for the people? Oh, Mr Hoy.
Craig
He's going to enlighten us.
Craig Hoy, briefly. I thank the member for taking the intervention. Does he believe the Scottish Benefits Bill is sustainable?
Kenneth Gibson. The Scottish Benefits Bill is sustainable as long as the Scottish Government continues to balance its budget, which it will continue to do so as long as this party remains in office. So what does this budget actually deliver for the people of Scotland? Scotland's priorities, that's what. Record real terms investment in housing, the NHS, transport, culture and social justice. A 10% increase in college funding. For policing, resource spending up 4%, capital 23%. Concessionary fares 13.2% more funding, ferries and piers more than 34%, which augurs well for Ardrossan Harbour's redevelopment once its purchase has been secured. On child poverty, not only is the Scottish child payment, with no equivalent elsewhere in the UK, increasing to £28.20 per week for the parents of each eligible child and £40 for eligible babies. Breakfast clubs will be delivered to all primary school children. £90 million of employability support will help people back into work. while estimated revenues from non-domestic rates will be 6% lower in real terms than before the pandemic, with £870 million in relief. Unfortunately, Mr Ewing is not here. What of local authorities? The Scottish Fiscal Commission confirmed a modest real terms increase, and I'm sure members would like to see it boosted further. Presiding Officer, I certainly would. However, the Cabinet Secretary earlier this afternoon confirmed that Labour made no specific requests for additional local government funding, nor did they say from where any additional money would be found. Indeed, Labour should apologise to local authorities across Scotland for the billions of pounds of debt foisted on them through the imposition of public-private partnership payments. In North Ayrshire alone, these amount to £17.127 million in 26-27 as part of the astronomical £455 million repayments towards 4 schools built 20 years ago for a capital cost of £83 million. And that's before I talk about the £6.8 million employee national insurance contributions imposed on the Council by UK Labour. Together with PPP payments, this equates to a third of all monies raised this year in North Ayrshire in council tax. Presiding Officer, the resource uplift in this budget is barely 1%. Hard choices had to be made. Having the courage to make such choices separate those supporting this budget from those sitting on their hands or providing knee-jerk opposition. I urge all members to support the budget.
Thank you very much indeed. I now call Liz Smith to be followed by Kevin Stewart. Up to 6 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I begin by wishing the Cabinet Secretary all the best in the future? And whilst I will not miss Mr Gibson's SNP statements in this chamber, I will most certainly miss his convenership of the Finance Committee, because I think he has been outstanding and is well recognised right around the chamber for that. And it's because of the convenership that Mr Gibson has put upon us, I think, and I think it is put upon us. He's challenged us regularly to debate effectively in the committee. And it's on that basis, in my last contribution to a budget debate, that I want to proceed. And that's to look at some of the issues that we have to address in this chamber, with specific references to this particular budget that is before us. Now, notwithstanding all the complexities which exist within the timing of different fiscal events, I don't personally feel that there is either sufficient time for enough detailed parliamentary scrutiny of budgets, or therefore efficient scrutiny as well. And can I note the recent decision of the parliamentary authorities to announce that for all new and returning MSPs there will be special training in budgets. Now, I welcome that, but I think the very fact that that's having to happen speaks volumes about where the problem lies. Now, I'd make the following 3 points. Firstly, and this definitely applies to this budget, there isn't sufficient detailed Scottish Government policy priorities in relation to how well they actually deliver their outcomes. And I'm not talking about the 4 grand aims of government: promoting economic growth, tackling child poverty, addressing climate change, or delivering high quality and sustainable public services. I'm talking about the specific policies which underpin each of these. Where is the accompanying Scottish Government evidence which is supposed to persuade us that the policy choices that they are making in this budget are the ones which will deliver the best outcomes given the limited resources available? And as a consequence of that, especially given the tight fiscal constraints, which policies have had to be deprioritised and why? Because these are points that have frustrated the Finance Committee for quite some time. For example, the Scottish Government has been challenged so often to argue why its more generous approach to public spending on welfare all round yields better overall results for Scotland's economy. Now, it comes up with all the time that I will in a minute, Mr McKee. It comes up all the time with the fact it's an investment, but it never tells you what the return on that investment actually is, nor does it tell you where the money is coming from. But perhaps Mr McKee, who I know told us that there was going to be an extra £1 billion, and they changed that to £1.5 billion, is going to tell me something.
Minister Briefing.
Well, what I'm going to tell you is the support we put in to help people with in-work benefits is perhaps one of the reasons why Scotland's unemployment rate at 3.8% is significantly below the UK rate of 5.2%.
Liz Smith.
He knows full well that the economic inactivity rate is a serious issue, and that's the issue that we've had throughout just about every time I can remember on the Finance Committee, that is the issue. And in fact, I think the First Minister once, in giving evidence to the Finance Committee, said that that was Scotland's most difficult economic challenge. I think I'm right on that, and I can look back at the public record. And it is, because we have got to get people back into work so that productivity can increase and so that we get a better return on the tax base. But secondly, I think there is a concern amongst many of the analysts, including the Auditor-General, that there is no credible long-term plan to address significant challenges arising from the bloated welfare budget and the increasing demands in health and in social care. The Scottish Government always appears to be in favour of short-term fixes rather than addressing the long-term problem. And I think the third tension is very much about central and local government, because they always seem to be at each other's throats because of the huge pressure on frontline services on a delivery that doesn't have the relevant money behind it. Now, during the Stage 1 debate, I cited examples of the inconsistencies within Scottish Government policy priorities in relation to economic growth. Like so many others, I don't understand why certain policies were selected as a priority when, given the evidence, we can see from economic data they are actually undermining the overall approach. What am I talking about? Firstly, as the recent spending review makes clear in the graph that's headed real-terms changes in portfolio spending between 25-26 and 28-29, education and skills, finance and local government and the economy are all facing real-term downturns in spending over the next 4 years. That, Deputy Presiding Officer, is hardly a Scottish Government committed to growth in the economy. Now, I want to finish on a point that I think is absolutely instrumental, and I said this in the Stage 1 debate, and I also said it in the committee debate. We have to ensure that there is much better scrutiny of the budget. And for me, and I know it extends to my colleagues on the Finance Committee, it is time that we had a finance bill process in this Parliament. And I really do hope that the next government, of whatever colour it might be, will agree to that. Because if we don't do that, we're going to go on having decisions made without the necessary evidence to back them up.
Thank you very much. Fair warning to colleagues, I am going to cut off microphones at 6 minutes. You are warned. Kevin Stewart to be followed by Jackie Bailey, up to 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. This budget is about delivering for the people of Scotland, and that is what we have all been sent here to do. The budget will address their priorities of bringing down NHS waiting lists, supporting families, reducing child poverty and growing the economy. And remarkably, this budget will do all of this while delivering lower taxes for ordinary folk, with 55% of Scots paying less tax next financial year here than if they lived in the rest of the UK under Labour. That is quite remarkable. Since last year, Presiding Officer, the NHS has turned the corner, with the longest waits down for a number of months in a row and hip and knee operations at a record level. But now is the time to work harder, and this budget doesn't just increase NHS funding in line with inflation, it delivers an inflation-busting real terms uplift of 1.8% for the NHS. That is over £17.6 billion for NHS boards. But that is only the funding for hospitals. This budget also delivers another £2.4 billion for primary care, including £531 million to recruit more GPs. And on top of that, a further £36 million for new walk-in GP services, including a walk-in GP service in Aberdeen, which will open in May, which is being applauded by my constituents. And it doesn't stop there. With families struggling with the cost of living, this budget delivers the support they need. The SNP will not follow the UK example and force people on the minimum wage to pay more tax. Rather, this budget delivers an increase in both the basic and intermediate rate income tax bands. That's better public services and lower taxes under the SNP. And it goes on. This budget includes the baby box, ensuring that every Scottish baby, regardless of backgrounds, has the very best start in life. 1,140 hours of free, high-quality early learning and childcare, worth around £6,000 to families. £14.4 million for healthy snacks for every child in daycare, and an additional £15 million for breakfast clubs. On top of that, it provides for 250,000 free school meals each and every day, including all pupils in Primary 1 to Primary 5. And of course, a further 9 million meals for eligible families during school holidays, because some families do require that extra support. And this is why we're also increasing the Scottish Child Payment to £28.20 per week, as well as providing a further £50 million for whole family support. And it doesn't stop there. Prescriptions remain free under the SNP. They are £10 each in England. Eye tests remain free under the SNP. They are £35 in England. And university tuition remains free under the SNP. It's £10,000 a year of debt in England. But not all young people will go to university. And that's why this budget will increase funding for Scotland's colleges by 10%, in addition to supporting 25,000 modern apprenticeships and 5,000 foundation apprenticeships. But all of this requires a growing economy, and this budget delivers for business and the economy. The budget will save £870 million by reducing rates, taking 100,000 small businesses out of rates altogether, with a small business bonus scheme, and, of course, there is the provision of 15% relief for retail, hospitality and leisure premises. And to grow the economy, this SNP government is providing £326 million for the enterprise agencies, £200 million for the Scottish National Investment Bank, £45 million to drive innovation and enterprise, £2.5 million for young entrepreneurs, and a £90 million boost for skills development. In addition, the government is providing £47 million to strengthen local economies, £215 million for regional improvement, and is investing a total of £7.6 billion in capital projects across Scotland. It is because of support like this that the Scottish economy grew faster last year than the rest of the UK. And finally, Presiding Officer, I'm particularly pleased to see the £5.53 million investment in Investing in Communities Fund, which has been a real benefit to places right across Scotland, but in particular to my Aberdeen constituents, supporting Seafine, Aberdeen Foyer and Shmoo. And I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that resource. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Stewart. I now call Jackie Bailey to be followed by Jamie Hepburn. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Presiding Officer, let me start by joining others in wishing Shona Robison well on her retirement from this Parliament, and indeed on whatever she does next. Now, I hear every week from frontline NHS staff who go above and beyond in the most pressing of circumstances. They deserve our thanks, and they certainly deserve every penny of their pay increase. Indeed, the bulk of the uplift in health is actually for pay. The Institute for Fiscal Studies has noted that when you exclude pay, funding for NHS Scotland is actually down by 0.6% in real terms. In other words, it is NHS services that will be impacted, and ultimately patients will be the ones who will suffer. On top of that, the health portfolio has been set an efficiency target to achieve of £1.1 billion. The overall target across government is £1.6 billion. So two-thirds, by far the lion's share, has to come from health. Now, it has to be said that that is a hugely ambitious saving to make, significantly in excess of what health boards have historically achieved. So the Scottish Government have given them a mountain to climb. This will undoubtedly lead to cuts in some areas, deteriorating conditions and more pressure on staff. As David Phillips of the IFS said, and we were fond of quoting him the last time we had a debate, funding allocations for health in 2026-27 look increasingly detached from reality. And it sums up the SNP's approach: fantasy economics divorced from everyday life. Let me tell you about the reality of health in Scotland, because just last week the stats for healthy life expectancy came out. And what a damning indictment of the SNP's record. Healthy life expectancy is falling. Despite all the advances in science and medicine, healthy life expectancy has been going down since 2014. It's now only 59.4 years for women, 59.1 for men. People are simply living longer in England. So this is the legacy of almost 20 years of the SNP government. This was enough time to be able to transform Scotland, to make it better for the next generation, but the opportunity has been squandered due to incompetence and waste. Instead of prevention, the government funds crisis. So no wonder the nation is not getting healthier. No, let me just make this point. Nowhere is that more evident than in resourcing for primary care and GPs. It used to be 11% of the health budget, now it's 7%. And whilst the SNP announced walk-in clinics, there are GP surgeries facing closure. I heard this week from a GP practice in Perthshire. Their lease expires in May. The SNP promised that health boards will take over practice leases, but they've heard nothing from NHS Tayside. They may have to close. And the GP told me this has caused us significant uncertainty, significant stress, and effectively binds our hands in terms of running an effective medical practice with no future guarantee that we will be able to remain open. This is how the Scottish Government treats our GPs. In the time remaining, Presiding Officer, I want to concentrate my remarks on social care, because we could all tell countless stories about good social care. The quality and compassion of the staff, the social care provider that goes the extra mile, the care home that is truly a home from home. Driven by values and delivering care with dignity and respect, the contribution of social care to the fabric of our society cannot be underestimated. And no one will disagree with what I've just said. But when it comes to resourcing social care, the government is simply not funding demand. Instead, we have sticking plaster solutions, but even the sticking plaster is no longer working. At the start of February, more than 10,000 people are waiting on a social care assessment or a care at home package. That's a quarter higher than it was this time last year, and it's going up. At the last count in November 2025, there were more than 2,000 people experiencing delayed discharge. That's also going up. And I remember the Cabinet Secretary telling us it would be ended. That was 11 years ago. Meanwhile, the health and social care partnerships delivering social care in our communities are slashing services. Transport for people with learning disabilities to their local day centre, gone. Transport for older people in rural areas to hospital appointments, gone. In Dundee, the Cabinet Secretary's backyard, mental health services for older people are under review and going. Across Scotland, social care faces a £562 million funding gap for this financial year alone, and there is nothing in the budget for social care services for this year coming. Last time I told the Chamber about delayed discharge at the Vale of Leven Hospital, where many of my elderly constituents from Helensburgh are unable to get home because of a lack of social care from Argyll and Bute. I said that someone with a care package had to die for the package to be reallocated. But I have to say, Presiding Officer, that is no longer true. Now when someone dies, the care package is simply being cancelled and taken as a saving. This budget does nothing to fix this. After 20 years of being in charge, it feels like the country is going backwards and we've lost compassion and care, and the SNP should hang their heads in shame.
Thank you. I now call Jamie Hepburn to be followed by Stephen Kerr. Up to 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, President Officer. Can I start by saying I think this is a budget to be welcomed. I believe it's one that delivers for people in this country, and I want to commend Shona Robison on her last budget for delivering a very fine one indeed. In terms of the position that others have taken, I had naively perhaps hoped that we might see some form of reconsideration for those who have turned their face against this budget between stage 1 and stage 3. Alas, that has not been the case. I commend those who have contributed positively to the budget process and who have actually seen a positive outcome in terms of some of their priorities being reflected in it. And I would remind all in this chamber that that is an opportunity that was available to each and every one of them, and to frankly remove yourself from the park and not even play part of the game is a dereliction of responsibility. But I have to say, given the meagre turnout from both of the Conservative and Labour benches, it seems that they're not even willing to be here to be part of the process. They're not willing to be here at work to take part in the process of deliberating on Scotland's budget. Maybe they're just getting ready for the number of members they'll have after the election, of course, and just getting used to that meagre form of representation. I want to pick up on a few things in the budget today. Some of them set out at stage 1. I make no apologies for reiterating because I particularly welcome them. First of all, looking at those that will help with some of the cost of living challenges that people are facing right now. The funding that is in this budget, not only to have done away with peak rail fares as was already announced, but the rail fare freeze for this coming year. I represent an area where a considerable number of people, thousands of people, have to commute to work each and every day. That's something that's going to make a real difference to them. The maintaining of no prescription charges is something I continue to welcome, along with the maintenance of free eye examinations, as Kevin Stewart mentioned. This comes against the backdrop of the UK Government putting out a press release on the 21st of November, Wes Streeting, celebrating the fact that they've kept prescription charges under a tenner, as if that's something to be proud of, when we know there's medicine avoidance happening in the rest of the UK, whereas here in Scotland there's no taxation on medication. No university tuition fees being maintained is something else that I welcome. We've just seen the Labour government south of the border announce that they're going to be going up to £9,500 from next academic year. I couldn't have contemplated going to university if that had been what I had to pay. I am proud that we have a system with no tuition fees here in Scotland, and also the new Universal Breakfast Club provision for primary and ASN children, which will benefit some 25,000 children in North Lanarkshire, is something I welcome. Other areas that I want to focus on, the increase to the Scottish Child payment of to £28.20 per week, with that premium payment of £40 for some, is something I also welcome. We know that the First Minister has set for his government the challenge of trying to eradicate child poverty. We know that child poverty is going in the right direction in this country. That is something that we should be proud of. And I regret that there are some in this chamber who want to undo that progress. We've heard from the Scottish Conservatives their plans to cut back entitlement to the Scottish Child payment. That is something. Oh, I see Mr White is nodding along there. He thinks that's something to be proud of, when we know it's making a positive contribution to bringing down levels of child poverty in Scotland. And indeed, I have to say, I found much to agree with in the remarks of Ross Greer around the context in which we talk about entitlement to social security. Just today, we saw Social Security Scotland research published that shows whilst 91% of people who responded to that survey agree that anyone could find themselves in the circumstances where they need financial support, there is a significant concern around stigmatisation related to the claiming of social security benefits. 75% believe that a contributory factor is the type of rhetoric that they hear from politicians and the media. I know what politicians they're talking about, and they're over there on the Conservative benches. I'm proud of the record that we have on social security. I'm also very pleased to say, and having mentioned university, and again this picks up on the point made by my colleague Kevin Stewart, I also very much support the significant additional investment. A 10% uplift to college funding is something that we should again be rightly proud of. I see first-hand the excellence in college delivery. I see Mr Kerr's shaking his head at the point I'm about to make here in terms of excellence in college delivery in Scotland. I would have thought he would agree that there's excellence in college delivery in Scotland. No, he's still saying that there isn't excellence in college delivery in Scotland. Well, I say there is excellence in delivery in colleges in Scotland, including at New College Lanarkshire in my constituency. So this extra funding is welcome. I want to, and I say I don't have much time, there's much more I could say about this budget, but we don't have much time. So I do want to focus on one area that I particularly welcome, and that's the additional support for general practice that's laid out in this budget. We know that GP services are under pressure, so the additional £531 million over 3 years for general practice to recruit more GPs and improve access is something that we should all collectively welcome, as is the £36 million for new walk-in GP services. That's something already being rolled out. I'm keen to see that rolled out to my constituency. I've picked it up with NHS Lanarkshire and the Cabinet Secretary of Health. These are just some of the reasons I believe that we should be supporting the budget today. This is a budget to be welcomed, Presiding Officer, and it's a budget that should be supported today.
Thank you. I now call Stephen Kerr to be followed by Claire Adamson. Up to 6 minutes. Mr.
Well, phony rhetoric from Jamie Hepburn. Of course we recognise the excellence of the college sector, but we also believe them when they tell us that there's been a 20% real terms cut in their budget in the lifetime of this Parliament, and that's what we reject as Conservatives. This is all about priorities, and I'm afraid government is about choices. The SNP may not like to hear that, but let's look at what we've got because of this budget. What do we remain with? High tax, low growth, rising spending, shrinking ambition, and that's certainly the case from the SNP for Scotland, and absolutely no willingness to confront the structural weaknesses in our public finances. The country is in a mess of this government's making. The country's finances especially are in a mess of this government's making, and yes, of course.
John Mason, briefly.
For giving way, would you accept that in comparison to other European countries, this is a low-tax country?
Stephen Kerr.
Comparing our country with the rest of the United Kingdom, and in that respect we're the highest tax part of the United Kingdom, and that creates an economic disadvantage for Scotland as a place to live and work and build a business and employ people. These are real issues in the real economy that the party of government ignore. The benefits bill, let's talk about that. That is spiralling. Public services are under strain, the economy stagnating, and instead of tackling those core challenges, ministers boast about increasing welfare spending. Well, the Conservatives believe that the way to help people out of poverty is by providing them with the means to work. We believe employment. And that used to be, by the way, the government's position. That the way to reduce poverty, child poverty, all forms of poverty, was to help people into good jobs. That remains the Conservative Party's position. And these alarm bells and red warning lights. Look, I will, but please be brief.
Jamie Hepburn, briefly.
I'm just wondering if it's why it is the case if it's Conservatives' priority getting people into good work as the means by which they alleviate and get children out of poverty. Why is it that child poverty increased under the last Conservative government?
Stephen Kerr.
Well, I'm talking about, well, look, we can have a big debate about what's happened in the past. I mean, if that's what you want to talk about, then fine. I want to talk about this budget. And I want to talk about the state of our country. I want to talk about the state of the inequality of opportunity in our country. That is the bedrock of the Conservative Party's position in respect to economic growth and the opportunities that economic growth will create for all of the people of Scotland. Now look, those red warning lights, they're very, very real, and they are not of our making. This is not, Jamie Hepburn may wish to listen to this, because this is not the Conservative Party speaking about this. This is the Institute of Fiscal Studies. Maybe he doesn't respect the Institute of Fiscal Studies. I certainly do. They're warning of, quote, significant slowdown in funding growth, and cautions that repeated reliance on carried forward funding is a problem. The Fraser-Vander Institute reaches the same conclusion. It says that Scotland will remain in underlying deficit and that the current approach cannot be relied upon indefinitely. Those are the words that I think my colleague Craig Hoy referred to earlier. And while I'm talking about my colleagues, it would be completely remiss of me when everyone's giving congratulatory nods in different directions. I want to say that that speech from Liz Smith was a masterpiece. She really does forensically get to the detail of this budget bill, as she has done on all of the occasions she's spoken on the public finances in this Parliament. And she will be very badly missed when she leaves this Parliament. And yeah, none of us know who's going to be in this Parliament, and that's a fair point. But I think some people who are leaving, and we know are leaving, will be very sadly missed. So what is the government's response to all of this? Because what this budget represents is not reform, it's not renewal, it's not a serious plan for growth. It's a continuation of the model that prioritises ever-rising spending, ever-rising taxation and ever-expanding state without a credible plan for how it will all be paid for in the medium term. Welfare spending continues to rise sharply. Now, we all accept the duty we have to support those in genuine need. But when commitments grow faster than the tax base that funds them, when long-term liabilities are locked in without structural reform, that is not compassion secured. It is a bill deferred. And deferred bills always come due. And that is what these independent economists are pointing out to this SNP government. I've already mentioned our country is the highest tax part of the United Kingdom. Businesses operate in an environment of increased complexity and uncertainty. Investment decisions are made with one eye on the tax differential and another on regulatory risk, and this is a government that likes to meddle. That is not how you build the most competitive economy in these islands. Growth is not an optional extra. It is the foundation of everything else. Without growth, there is no sustainable funding for public services. Without productivity, there is no rising prosperity. Without enterprise, there's nothing to redistribute. And yet this government continues to assume that wealth can be shared before it is created, that taxation can be pushed higher without behavioural consequence, that structural deficits can be managed indefinitely through short-term adjustments. I would love to take the intervention, but I think I've got 30 seconds left, and so I'm saying to this chamber, echoing the words of Liz Smith and Craig Hoy, independent voices are warning us. They're warning us that one-off fixes will not correct the permanent pressures that are built into this reckless budget. The Fraser of Allender Institute warning underlying deficits cannot be relied upon indefinitely. These are not ideological critiques. They are economic realities, and Scotland deserves better than drift.
Thank you. I now call Claire Adamson to be followed by Davy Russell. Up to 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I find myself in an unusual position in agreeing with Mr Kerr and associating myself with his praise for Liz Smith, who I've worked with in this Parliament and will be greatly missed in her roles on the committee. I also find myself a bit reflective. I don't know if that was Ross Greer that did that, but I also remember meeting a young Shona Robison in the early 80s in Babbity Bousters in Glasgow with a group of young nationalists who were sitting there plotting revolution and social justice. Shona, Nicola, Rosanna went on to become some of the most senior politicians in our country, and it's a tantamount to that passion that she's leaving today, knowing that her work and her budgets have lifted children out of poverty in our party. So thank you for that. So there's been a lot of discussion this afternoon, and a lot of what I wanted to say that's in the budget has already been spoken about by my colleagues, but there have been a few contributions that have impacted on me, particularly Ross Greer, in actually talking about why child poverty matters. We know it's a matter of medical record that growing up in poverty causes chronic stress, brain damage to young children, affects their learning and their health on a lifetime basis. And that's why it's so important that these are the things that we're focusing on in Scotland at the moment. Jamie also said that he was thinking about the input to the budget and how it was a limitation of being in opposition. But we never seem to get round to the limitations of the union and what that means to our budget process here in Scotland. And while everyone on the left of me in the Conservative branches was happy to use those exaggerated terms for our social contract with people in terms of what we are doing in supporting people with ADP and people that are in work and being supported by some of these things, we really have to remember that having an equal society is to everyone's benefit, because we can look to our European neighbours and see that more equal societies are healthier and happier than what we have in this country. We also know that while the Conservatives will always say the problem is our benefits bill, we never talk about the other things that affect our chances in Scotland. We never talk about the multinationals who operate in Scotland, like Amazon, Starbucks, Rockstar North, who receive grants for their work but don't pay a single bit of tax into our economy in Scotland or in the UK. We also have the issue of VIP lanes during the COVID crisis, another waste of public money that was absolutely to the detriment of Scotland's economy. And we never talk about the other issues in Westminster. What we're seeing at Westminster now, and all the talk, is about the refurbishment of a decrepit building that could cost up to £39.2 billion to fix. It's decrepit, it's crumbling, it's full of rats, mice and moths, and it is not fit for purpose. And this is why independence is the way for us to move forward in our economy and make a better, more socially just Scotland going forward. So I will say that as someone who represents Motherwell Militia and that has suffered greatly from Westminster policies with the closure of Ravenscraig and the other areas that have left real pockets of deprivation in my constituency, what I also see first-hand is the pressures on people and those who are working to support them. And they're not the people on the big budgets. They're not the people whose charities or organisations are able to claim tax credits like some of the major organisations in our country, some of the big businesses that we see in our high streets and in every community. These are genuinely people who are working at the very limits of being able to have a sustainable employment. But they're the ones who are working day in and day out to try and improve the welfare of the people in my communities. So we do have a completely skewed value in this country of the opinion of what is valuable, what is work, where our money is going. And we see it, big business is always the one that benefits. It was Franklin D. Roosevelt has said that a business that cannot afford to pay a fair wage to its people has no right to be in existence. And we need to consider how we can make the tax system more fair and identify some of these issues going forward. So I thank the Cabinet Secretary again for reducing child poverty in our country. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for what is a huge investment in people, whether it's in education, in our health services, in our young people, the baby box. This is an investment in Scottish people and how we want our society to be. And I'm very disappointed that the Conservatives will always see a handout while we in these benches give a hand up.
Thank you very much. I now call Davy Russell to be followed by Pam Duncan-Glancy. Up to 6 minutes, Mr Russell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It is evident that the lacklustre SNP budget is miles off the mark for improving the lives of hard-working Scots. Each bit of spin produced, each bit of manipulated facts, each cover-up, mark my words, is not going unnoticed by Joe Public. Presiding Officer, in 10 weeks the Scottish people will call out this tired, weary and sick SNP government. This is a budget of an SNP government that has neglected public infrastructure. We have crumbling roads full of potholes. We have bridges closed for years. We have schools not fit for purpose. We have a chronic housing shortage. Local councils have no choice but to cut vital public services that we all need. They are pinching the dinner money and telling the councils it's a bad boy from Westminster that's done it. The crumbs from the table that my Lib Dem colleagues have negotiated will probably never see the light of day. However, I can't fault them for trying. This government will be saying yes because they actually took the bait. The SNP have had time and again shown themselves to be incapable of basic arithmetic, so that regardless of what is happening at the election, there will be a new budget in the autumn. Chronic underfunding of local councils, who deliver the vast majority of services for people, will continue. If the plan from the SNP government is that people won't notice council taxes going up by 5, 6, even 9%, they're surely mistaken, because people aren't stupid, presiding officer. They know that it's mismanagement and waste from this dysfunctional government that means that councils are having to increase tax on family homes. The people know that fiddling around with the 19 and 20% tax bands don't amount to anything. A few people saving 9 pence a day in tax against hundreds of pounds going on top of council tax. So what do the people get out of this piece of fictional budget? Certainly not an improved NHS, token gestures of walk-in GP surgeries. They now need to travel further to get a poorer service than they used to rely on 10 years ago. Meanwhile, 12, 18 and 24-hour waits for ambulances fill my inbox, and once again they are able to get in an ambulance, not just now, I've got a big speech to do, that they take them hours to get to hospital. Then they can face a 9-hour wait in the car park because the A&E can't admit them to do so. Ambulances, it's a vicious cycle. I know that constituents of mine who have taken taxis to the A&E because they know it will be faster than actually waiting in an ambulance, because they wouldn't need to wait long, as in the back of an ambulance. The Health Secretary knows, because I've sent him numerous cases here, that I tell him every single time a constituent reaches out with a more unbelievable complaint, that he gives me the same old replying, telling me that actual fact everything's all right out there, it's a garden of roses, nothing is wrong with our hospitals, and I'm sure he will tell my constituents who had to be resuscitated after a 7-hour wait for an ambulance that in the same next few days that it's the latest in a long line of no doubt. Every single MSP in this place has heard similar stories. I tell the First Minister about a shortage of cocodamol. The next day, NHS Lanarkshire tell their GPs not to discuss it any longer with their patients. Presiding Officer, I will be joining in Scottish Labour in abstaining on this budget in order that police officers, teachers and nurses and other vital public service workers can get paid in a few weeks' time. Yes, I'll give way.
I thank the member for giving way. And he mentions a real difficulty there is in terms of the supply of certain drugs. A lot of that is down to Brexit, and a lot of that is down to the UK government and reserve policy. Will he join me in calling on the UK government to sort this out once and for all?
Davy Russell.
I thank the member for that intervention. I was making a point rather than, the point about the incoherence in the SNP government. Right. Presiding Officer, I will be joining my Scottish Labour colleagues in abstaining on this budget in order that police officers, teachers and nurses and other vital public services workers get their wages. But it does not mean we agree with it, far from it, as it's letting Scotland down as per usual. This SNP government today, this budget, will not improve the things for the better. People who are systematically ground down to accepting poor service as if the Scottish Government are doing us a favour. However, the day is Thursday the 7th of May, when the Scottish people have a chance to vote for hope, improvement and better lives. Get rid of this diabolical, deceitful SNP government. We, the people of Scotland, have a big decision to make, either burdened with Mr Sweeney and his motley crew, or to vote for a better, brighter future with Scottish Labour.
Thank you. I now call Pam Duncan-Glancy to be followed by Ashley again. Up to 4 minutes, Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today. And I want to use my time to talk of the importance of funding social care like it matters. Not just because it matters for the many people who use it, but because it matters for all of us. Presiding Officer, almost all of the population will use or experience social care. That might be directly. It might be because someone close to us needs support. It might be because we work in care. Or it might be because we provide unpaid care. It is an essential infrastructure for the delivery of a Scotland where opportunity is available to all. Funding it well is not only the right thing to do, it is the economically sensible thing to do too. Presiding Officer, social care unlocks freedoms. It is what makes ordinary things possible. And I'm one of the many people who rely on social care to live, to study, to work and to build a life. Social care freed me, and that's why I want to use this opportunity in what will be the last budget debate I speak in this place to talk about its importance. Social care changed my life, and it did so because of the hard work of the women who support me. The incredible women who help me with the things many people never have to think about, getting me up, helping me dress, supporting me to manage pain, cooking, cleaning, fixing my wheelchair, supporting me to get out and get on with my day. Like the almost 200,000 people working in care in Scotland, they work their socks off. And because they do that, I can work my socks off too. So let me say, on the record, to them and to the care workforce across Scotland today, thank you. Presiding Officer, because of social care, disabled people can take their place in society and they can contribute. And that matters. It is an investment in people, an investment in society and an investment in our economy. And because the workforce is predominantly women, it's an investment in women, both as employed carers and an investment in women's ability to take up work elsewhere because unpaid caring responsibilities are then properly supported. But, Presiding Officers, all of us in here know the reality is that social care is stretched. People are fighting for the care they need. Workers are still too often waiting for the pay and conditions they deserve. And I'd like to take a minute to acknowledge the change in this budget to meet the real living wage, as CCPS has said. But this will only take us back to the status quo and can leave funding far short of what is needed to stabilise and guarantee the long-term sustainability of the sector. When funding is tight, the consequences are not abstract. People miss appointments because there's no one to support them to get there. People lose out on social time and community life. People go without the personal support they need to stay well and stay independent. And we all know where that leads: lower participation, lower employment and poorer health. And, Presiding Officer, it's not only the lack of care that holds people back, charges for it do so too. Facing significant funding pressures, councils charge disabled people for the care they need, and these charges are increasing. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation put it perfectly when they said last year that despite aiming to develop a system that is fair, current charges are inconsistent, mask unmet needs and cause significant financial hardship to disabled people. There are things that could be done, they say, to make the system fairer, but they go on to say, ultimately, these charges need to end. Presiding Officer, it's simply not right that a service designed to support equality can deepen financial inequality. Care is not an optional extra. It is not a luxury. It is an essential. It's what enables people to get up in the morning. It's what enables people to work and what enables an ordinary life. And people should not be penalised for charging for it, for needing it. So today I urge again that non-residential care charges are scrapped. And I finish by saying to future legislators in this chamber, when you set budgets next time, remember this: social care should be seen not as a cost, but as an essential investment for all of us, and it must be prioritised and funded as such. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I call Ash Regan, the final speaker in the open debate.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And of course, budgets are an opportunity for Parliament to scrutinise issues like, are we spending public money wisely or are we funding failure? And I want to use the few minutes that I've been allocated to talk about public trust and how, or if, we are getting value for money. So in terms of trust, I believe this depends on taxpayers seeing effective use and measurable value for their money. And I think there is a question here. How can ministers properly assess effectiveness when substantial equality and male violence against women funding is channelled at arm's length through bodies like Inspiring Scotland? Because what we've seen recently was 5 government-funded charities, so that's Engender, LGBT Youth Scotland, Equality Network Scottish Trans, LEAP Scotland and Zero Tolerance, lobbying hard to create confusion in the aftermath of For Women Scotland Limited versus the Scottish Ministers, a case in which the Scottish Government lost yet more public money on after being challenged by For Women Scotland Now, Claire Adamson wanted us to talk about money that had been squandered, so I hope she's listening to this one. 4 Women Scotland cases, £780,000. Then we've got the failed GRR bill. Then we've got the Section 35 in court, so challenge to Section 35, £370,000. That comes to a total, with the 4 Women Scotland, the GRR and the Section 35, just over £1.2 million. £1.2 million of money wasted by the government wilfully and against public opinion. Further, we've got organisations that are now steeped in controversy, such as LGBT Youth Scotland, who receive significant public funding, more than £13.4 million over the last 10 years, and yet year on year we are told the inequality that they claim to tackle is worsening. So are we continuing to fund failure here? What independent evaluation has been undertaken to assess whether such funded interventions are delivering on expected outcomes, or whether these organisations are in fact part of the problem rather than the solution? And if I can now touch on male violence against women and girls, the Cabinet Secretary has said that Equally Safe will be receiving more money in this budget. The Equally Safe strategy that underpins the Delivering Equally Safe funding model states that prostitution is violence against women. And yet, at a time when Scotland is facing escalating sexual crimes and escalating domestic abuse, the crisis of male violence against women continues. And while the government is finding ways to look for excuses not to act either themselves or not to act by supporting members' bills on these issues. And in the case of my member's bill, I presented a case that showed that using the Christie Commission type of evaluation, my bill would have actually saved the country money over time. The other thing is, why are some funded organisations notably silent on tackling demand and criminalising perpetrators exploiting women in prostitution? Why are critical frontline services like Glasgow and Clyde rape crisis struggling to survive to meet increasing demand, while other lobby groups seem to be thriving financially while failing to deliver any meaningful improvement for those they claim to serve? There's no point spending more money if it is not being spent well. And I'm very, very concerned about how public money is being allocated, and if adherence to following the law is not a core funding condition, then it must be. We can't afford further wasted public funds and reputational damage from embarrassing revelations that are witnessed in the Sandy Peggy versus NHS Fife Employment Tribunal, with costs that are ongoing, but in December they were around about £400,000. So, in closing, Presiding Officer, the public are not stupid. We've got to earn their trust by focusing on their priorities and not ideological indulgences, by delivering measurable, accountable outcomes for the people of Scotland. And we're not doing that. And these examples that I've just given to the Chamber are just a tiny snapshot. I haven't even had time to cover the government's callous and kamikaze ongoing fight to use public money to keep violent males in the prison estate. So my considered view is that we are continuing to fund failure, and we should be urgently addressing this.
Thank you. We now move to winding up speeches, and I call on Ross Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In opening the debate, the Cabinet Secretary encouraged her successor in the finance portfolio to be bold, and I absolutely agree with that. There's one particular area where I think it's essential that they are bold. She's given me the opportunity to talk about my favourite hobby horse in these finance debate, which is reform of the council tax. The Greens have often been focused on local government in our budget negotiations, but there is a fundamental problem in haggling over a couple of £100 million at the edge of a multi-billion-pound system every year, a fundamentally broken system. Many of us, certainly those of us who believe in Scotland's independence, aspire for us to be more like our mainland European neighbours, and particularly our Nordic neighbours. But when it comes to how we finance local government, Scotland has an incredibly British style of centralised governance. Local government in Scotland is overwhelmingly, about 80% of its funding, dependent on the block grant from the Scottish Government, as opposed to the mainstream of European local governance, municipalities who would raise a majority of their own funding. Local government in Scotland simply doesn't have the power to make those decisions. It's not really local, they're far too big, and it can barely do any governing. What we have are 32 regional service delivery bodies. And we've reached the end of another Parliament here with no progress on replacement of the council tax, a system that was out of date before this Parliament was even established, and yet we've got to the end of its 6th session and we have not yet fixed it. The poorest households in this country are paying about 5 times more as a share of their income in council tax than the wealthiest. That should embarrass all of us. This Parliament is responsible for that, not councils. And yes, with any change to that system, there would be winners and losers. But there are winners and losers of the system we have right now, the broken system. And the winners are the wealthiest and the losers are the people who are struggling the most, both in terms of how much they have to pay, but also on their reliance on underfunded council services. It is frustrating that we had the opportunity in this session to at least agree on a revaluation. Most of us, I believe, recognise that the system needs scrapped and replaced, but at the very least it should be based on accurate data. And unfortunately, only the Greens and the Lib Dems actually voted for a revaluation exercise to take place. And when others rejected that, they need to take responsibility for the fact that the majority of households in this country are paying the wrong rate of council tax, something that we just wouldn't put up with income tax or most of our other taxes. And as a result of paying the wrong rate, most of those paying the wrong rate are poorer households paying more than they should, and it is generally wealthier households paying less. This system is fundamentally broken. Regardless of our ideological positions on tax, I do believe that we all recognise the fundamental deficiencies in a system based on 1991 property valuations. No one can defend a system where most people are paying the wrong rate, and yet we've got to the end of the 6th session of this place and we have not yet fixed it. It is immensely frustrating. That being said, though, I don't want to end on negative. I do want to talk about some of the limited progress that we have made with the council tax, and where I believe that the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, but also for Housing, deserve some credit here. The changes that we've made in relation to council tax for second and holiday homes haven't just raised hundreds of millions of pounds for local services. In the first year alone of doubling council tax for second and holiday homes, there were 2,500 fewer properties of that type in Scotland. Those properties didn't disappear. They went back onto the market and they were bought by people who actually chose to live in them, helping us to tackle the housing crisis. Combining that... Yes.
Cabinet Secretary.
Greer would agree with me how strange it is that the Tories always go on about funding for local government and yet oppose the very mechanisms that Ross Greer is talking about for local government to be able to raise these additional funds on second and empty homes. Does he not think that's a bit strange and contradictory?
Ross Greer.
The Cabinet Secretary is absolutely right. It's not just contradictory in terms of the Tories' demands for more money for local government whilst refusing to give councils the power to raise that money, but also their regular refrain in this place that this is a centralising Scottish Government and it should instead empower local government, when time after time in this session and the sessions of Parliament before this, the Conservatives have consistently opposed our collective efforts to give local government more power over its own finances and over other matters. And it's not just the reform of the council tax. The changes that we made at the same time as that to housing revenue accounts have resulted, just in Edinburgh alone, in the Edinburgh City Council being able to commit more than £1.5 billion of additional funding over the next decade to the construction of more council housing. Now, none of us are going to go into the next election and put reform of housing revenue accounts and ministerial discretion powers on our election leaflets, but this is the stuff that really matters. People are going to have roofs over their heads as a result of the changes that we've delivered. But there is still so much to do. We do have a choice here. It goes back to what I said in opening. There is an attempt going into this election to make it feel like austerity, Scottish austerity, is inevitable because of the state of our public finances. And there does need to be a change to put them on a sustainable footing. But this is one of the wealthiest countries in the history of the world. So, Presiding Officer, I would urge colleagues going into the election, not just in the final moments of this debate, but in the next session of this Parliament, whoever is here, they need to be bold. There are far too many many issues where we've kicked the can as far down the road as we can. Most critically, how we fund local government, how we fund those who deliver our schools, how we fund those who deliver social care and libraries, roads and pavement maintenance. This is all absolutely critical to the day-to-day lives of our constituents. Much as the local government settlement this year is just about acceptable, we know that local services have reached a tipping point. We cannot keep just kicking this can down the road. There needs to be fundamental change to local government finances at the very start of the next session of this Parliament.
Thank you. And I call on Michael Mara.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's been a feisty debate at times today, but I'm afraid that throughout the debate there's been no recognition whatsoever from the SNP benches, the backbenches or the front bench, of the recognition of a change, a need for a change of direction. Now, you would expect me to say that, of course. You would expect it from me. But when you have the Institute for Fiscal Studies, the Fraser-Valander Institute, saying that the spectre of an inevitable emergency budget is on the horizon, that should be of concern to members on the government benches. These are authoritative, independent individuals, often quoted over the years by SNP ministers. They should be concerned. But perhaps it has just become the norm, to be expected. We had 3 years of consecutive emergency budgets under this government and all the chaos that ensued. And last year we had one that was held behind closed doors. And the reality is that chaotic decision-making from government, where you have civil servants spending the whole year fighting to hold on to the budget that they were allocated at the start of the year, means that we have real problems in decision-making in government and what the allocation that money can make. There are basic budgets that are being restricted in year throughout government, things that have been promised that are then subsequently not delivered. And then we have the long-term trends. Jackie Bailey, my colleague, pointed out rightly that GP services have been downgraded in terms of the previous 11% that they had commanded in the health budget to 7%. And GPs are furious at what we have now, which is an electioneering gimmick from the SNP about supposed walk-in centres. There is no clarity on how these will operate. Reports coming in across the country today that a lack of clarity on that. And frankly, the Cabinet Secretary stood up at the start of this debate and was unable to represent what is actually happening in Dundee about the service that's there, saying this service would be open to people across the city. It just simply isn't the case. It's restricted to people who are existing registered patients in the health centre in which it is going to be allocated. And it comes, of course, against the backdrop of a cut of 25% in the number of GP surgeries in Dundee under this SNP government. And the registered patients in the remaining surgeries has increased by over 40%. That's the context into which a new queuing system for one surgery in Dundee has been introduced. That's the reality of the system. So instead of going forward by having an app where you can book an appointment, we're going back to the 1950s of queuing up for an appointment instead. It's not progress, it's going backwards, and that's absolutely the case. Ross Greer in the debate, I think both in opening and in closing, talked about the UK context and the amount of money and called it austerity. I mean, Mr Greer should know absolutely clearly that it is simply not austerity. An additional £10.3 billion of funding for the Scottish Government's budget does not represent austerity. An additional £5.2 billion in this budget year alone, and that a highly redistributive approach. And I get that there are people in the chamber. I'll take the member in a moment. There's people in this chamber who won't agree with that, the fact that we should have a redistributive budget. But that is what is in place. The OBR clearly shows that there is additional taxation that's put in place to produce the additional resources that this government has benefited from. Please, Mr Brown.
Keith Brown.
Can I thank Mr Mara for taking intervention? And he had said earlier that he respected independent authoritative agencies that comment on budgets. Well, the OBR has said that Labour's budget this year lays the groundwork for future years of austerity. Does he agree with that?
Michael Mara.
What I would say to Mr Brown is that I well recall Paul Johnson of the Institute for Fiscal Studies talking about the Labour budgets and saying absolutely clearly, under no interpretation could this be based as austerity. It's absolutely clear the uplift in the amount of money that's come to the Scottish Government, that we're talking about the allocation of today, has been considerable. Goodness only knows where would we be without it. And of course Mr Greer also was then opposed the employers' national insurance contributions, and I understand that that is providing and presenting challenges for businesses across Scotland. But the money has to come from somewhere, Mr Greer. Where does he suggest it might come from?
Ross Greer.
There were two options that the Labour government faced when it came to employer national insurance contributions. They chose the one that increased that for workers on lower wages. Why did they maintain the 2% cap on ENICs for those on salaries above £50,000? Of the two options, they chose the regressive, not the progressive way to raise more money from ENICs.
Michael Mara.
There's lots of choices that can be made in terms of those fine-tuning. I could well say that Mr Greer may well be right. There are more progressive ways that different parts of these taxes can be applied. And we continue to have those arguments. The idea, though, that you just don't do it and you therefore don't have less money to actually deal with our public services is actually the approach that we've had from the SNP front bench, where they've asked for an additional £90 billion of spending and opposed £45 billion of revenue raisers. Frankly, it's incomprehensible and it's ludicrous. And they will never take the bold choices that are needed to change this country for the better. That's the reality. Time and again, they put the party before the country. Tip-offs about court cases, circling the wagons to protect their own, blurring the lines between government and party, colluding and covering up, offering grieving families cash and trips to Disneyland rather than honesty and accountability. That's absolutely the case, First Minister, and you should be ashamed of it. And they do all of this because they are defending a record of failure. Hundreds of thousands of Scots on NHS waiting lists, over 10,000 children in temporary accommodation, ferries that don't sail, roads that don't get dualled, an education system going backwards, a justice system past breaking point. It's well past time for change.
Thank you, and I call on Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, President Officer. Can I just start off, as others have done, just saying a few words of tribute to Shona Robison, as this is her last budget process. And I do wish her well in the future. I know she has in her job put up my taxes, but I don't bear a grudge, and I'd like to assure her that, in my role as a trustee of the Scottish Parliament pension scheme, I will be working very hard to secure her financial future as we go forward. Now, I want to start, before I get into some of the issues of debate, I want to start with a little bit about the context for this budget and why, in particular, the performance of Scotland's economy is so essential. Because, as we know, the budget has three component parts. It has the Westminster Block Grant, has the money raised from devolved taxes, and it has the Block Grant Adjustment. And the third part of this, the Block Grant Adjustment, is crucial, because ultimately that is what decides the overall size of the Scottish budget, and that depends upon the relative performance of Scottish devolved taxes compared to what's happening elsewhere in the UK under the fiscal framework, a fiscal framework which, of course, was agreed by the current First Minister and recently renegotiated and signed off by this government. And the reason we, on this side of the chamber, make no apology for talking about Scotland's economic performance is because that is crucial to determining the Block Grant Adjustment and, therefore, how much public money there is to spend. A growing Scottish economy not only delivers greater wealth, more secure, well-paid jobs, but it also means better public finances. More working taxpayers mean more taxes being paid. More economically inactive people means fewer taxes and more to support through the benefit system. And under the Block Grant Adjustment, what really matters is not how Scotland performs on a stand-alone basis, but how we perform relative to the rest of the United Kingdom. Now, I have that choice. I'll give way to Mr McKee.
Minister.
Murdo Fraser makes a fair point about economic performance and economic performance relative to the rest of the UK. So what has he got to say to the fact that Scotland's economy is now consistently growing faster than that in the rest of the UK?
Murdo Fraser.
Well, it might be performing marginally better than the dismal performance of the UK economy under Labour opposite. But, of course, what really matters to the Scottish budget is the question of comparative tax receipts. And here we have to go back to what the Scottish Fiscal Commission are referring to as the economic performance gap, or rather the devolved tax gap, as how Scotland performs compared to the UK as a whole. And when we look at those figures, what we see, not according to me, but according to the Independent Fiscal Commission, is a staggering gap of £1 billion. That is £1 billion being lost to the Scottish Government because our earnings growth is not as high as the rest of the UK. I can't at the moment, Mr Mason, I won't have time. And what that comes back to in simple terms is that we are not attracting enough new people, and in particular higher earners, to come to Scotland to address that gap. Now, the Scottish Government will say the population of Scotland is increasing, as are people of working age, and that may be true. But what matters to the Scottish budget isn't the absolute numbers, but the numbers relative to the UK as a whole. And relatively speaking, the population of the UK as a whole is growing faster than the population of Scotland. And the consequence of that is that it has a negative impact on the budget. So we make no apology for saying we need to see a focus on economic growth and, in particular, attract more higher earners to Scotland. And Ross Greer's recipe, which is to tax the rich more, would of course have the opposite impact and diminish the Scottish budget, because we need more higher earners here. Yes, I will give way to Mr Hughes, as I mentioned him.
Ross Greer.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. Does he reflect at all on the fact that for the last 10 years Mr Fraser has claimed that every tax rise that we have already delivered on high earners would result in some kind of colossal exodus, and yet over the last 10 years the number of people on higher salaries in Scotland has in fact grown, tax revenues has grown, and there is not the evidence he claims that it's had the catastrophic impact he claimed?
Murdo Fraser.
Listen to a word I've said. Compared to the rest of the UK, we are not growing fast enough the number of taxpayers, and in particular number of higher earners. And that's why the Fiscal Commission are saying we're £1 billion behind where we should be. And if we could grow the economy faster and attract more people, we would fill that £1 billion gap. That would give us more money to spend on all the pet projects Mr Greer has. And imagine if we could grow faster than the rest of the UK. We wouldn't have £1 billion, we'd have more than £1 billion. So when we're challenged about the argument for making tax cuts to grow the economy, that is why. Because we grow the economy, we widen the tax base, and we increase the tax take to the Scottish Government. Now, Presiding Officer, I've raised in previous debates the need for action to support struggling businesses. And the announcements we've heard in this budget to help businesses, struggling in particular with the current non-domestic rates revaluation, are welcome insofar as they go, but they simply do not go far enough. And businesses in hospitality are currently closing at the rate of 1 per week, and that will continue to be the case unless this government thinks again. And if the Northern Irish Executive can announce, as they did just 2 weeks ago, in response to pleas from the business community there, that they can halt the revaluation process, then Scottish ministers can do the same. And even at this late hour, I would encourage them to do that before we see more job losses. Presiding Officer, without a growing dynamic economy, without thriving businesses, we won't have the jobs and we won't have the revenues to fund the public services we need. Already, as Jackie Bailey said, in this budget, according to the Institute for Fiscal Studies, we are seeing what will be a real terms cut in health services. That's not something the SNP want to talk about, but that's the reality. And Stephen Kerr was right to say the benefits bill is spiralling out of control. Local services are being slashed, council taxes are soaring, the income tax gap with the rest of the UK is widening. That is the SNP's legacy, and that is why we must reject this budget.
Thank you. And I now call on the Minister to wind up.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, as a government, the decisions we have taken in this budget have been driven by our commitment to improve the lives of the people of Scotland today and into the future. This commitment reflects our values and ultimately shapes our priorities as a government. And these priorities, eradicating child poverty, growing the economy, tackling the climate emergency and improving public services, underpin this budget. This budget was drafted with an eye on the upcoming Tackling Child Poverty Delivery Plan, which will deliver further progress towards achieving our child poverty targets. The budget commits an additional £49 million to the Tackling Child Poverty Fund, taking the total to £61.5 million. It provides an extra £50 million to the whole family support package to support parents into sustainable employment, to help them to grow the economy. And it begins the necessary work to introduce a new Scottish Child Payment Premier estimate to benefit the families of around 12,000 children. As the Cabinet Secretary highlighted in her opening remarks, this investment is vital to our progress. But I ask members not to lose sight of the human stories behind this investment. We should all keep in mind the individuals we are supporting through this budget and the lives we are all committing to making better through the decisions we take in this chamber. We are pleased that this budget includes measures which will materially impact the day-to-day lives of families, giving every child in Scotland the chance to take part in a free sporting opportunity this summer, investing more in activity clubs, and from August of next year ensuring all primary school pupils can access a free breakfast to start the school day. Presiding Officer, we know that the long-term prosperity of our country is reliant on our economic success, and that is why this budget bolsters our support for business, people and place, with a package of non-domestic rates relief estimated to be worth over £870 million in 26-27 alone, and ensuring the lowest basic property rate since 2018-19. We are providing over £325 million funding for the enterprise agencies to continue to improve business and community resilience, as well as creating and protecting jobs. And we also know that investing in the people of Scotland and their future will support economic growth, and that is why this budget invests a combined increase of £70 million in Scotland's colleges and a further £8 million to support adult learners. This government also recognises our future can only be protected by taking seriously the climate emergency we face, and that is why this budget is investing over £5 billion of climate-positive spend in 26-27. Including £31.7 million of investment to make progress in Scotland's transition to a circular economy. And we are also taking forward measures which encourage a switch to sustainable modes of transport, including freezing ScotRail fares in 26-27. We remain committed to delivering the priorities of the climate change plan in a fiscally sustainable way, and this budget supports that ambition. This budget also delivers support for the public services the people of Scotland rely on. Record funding to local government of £15.7 billion, including the additional £20 million of a funding announced at Stage 1, which can be used towards funding the real living wage for adult and childcare sectors. It invests more to improve our transport services, providing over £4.4 billion of capital investment to 2029-30 to enhance our rail network and fleet, and over £1 billion capital to deliver ferry service improvements. This budget supports new approaches to public services by providing £36 million to begin the rollout of the new High Street GP walk-in centres, providing additional same-day access for communities. In her opening remarks, the Cabinet Secretary underlined the importance of collaboration in a process like this, and I wholeheartedly agree. Our pre-budget and post-budget engagement with members across this chamber has been motivated by a commitment to consensus and cooperation. And as a result, both the Liberal Democrats and Jeremy Balfour have confirmed their support for this bill. And I want to thank these members and others that have engaged in that process. Your thoughtful contributions have helped this government to develop a stronger budget for the people of Scotland. And beyond these specific asks, there are measures in this budget which I know other members in this chamber hold dearly. The Schools Residential Outdoor Education Scotland Bill became an Act on the 11th of February, and work is now underway to make progress on implementation. The 26-27 budget will support outdoor learning policy development and implementation. We have welcomed Liz Smith's constructive approach to improve affordability and deliverability of the bill, and I fail to see how Liz Smith could vote against a budget containing this measure. We have provided an additional... Indeed.
Liz Smith.
I'm grateful to the Minister giving way, but does he recognise that the commitment that the Parliament now has through the Act that has passed was actually a manifesto commitment from the SNP in 2021?
Minister.
It still needs to be funded, and we still need to pass the budget, and Liz Smith has to decide whether she wants to support that measure or not. We've provided an additional £40 million investment in sport and physical activity support opportunities for people across Scotland to be more active, something I'm sure colleagues like Brian Whittle will welcome today and vote accordingly. And we're committing £926 million to continue progress towards the affordable housing supply programme target of 110,000 affordable houses by 2032. And given Miles Briggs' representations on this in Parliament in recent times, focusing our capital spend in this area he should surely be supporting by voting for this budget. Presiding Officer, with some interesting contributions this afternoon. Jamie Hepburn, Kevin Stewart, Ross Greer and others reminded us of the choices we have made in Scotland and a long, long list of support the citizens of Scotland get unavailable elsewhere in the UK. Jamie Green recognised the seriousness of the work we do and the implications of the decisions we make on the real world. Serious politicians get on and get things done. Kenny Gibson, I'm sure, will be back, but if not, I've no doubt a career in comedy beckons. And as for Agent Mara, the first rule of negotiations is if you don't ask, you don't get. And maybe Parliament will deliver training on negotiation skills along with the training on budget processes they're going to deliver that I'm sure Mr Mara will also be taking the benefit of. And as for the Tory contributions, we've had the same old. Tax cuts on the one hand, more spending on the other hand, complete economic illiteracy from the party of Liz Truss. We've heard it from Craig Hoy, we've heard it from Stephen Kerr, we've heard it from Murdo Fraser. We also heard some of it from Liz Smith, but to be fair to Liz Smith, she does try to present a coherent argument beyond the sound bites, and we do have to pay tribute to the work she has done on the Finance Committee over many years, and I think all of us agree she will be missed in this chamber, even if she hasn't yet realised that Scotland's economy is now growing faster than the rest of the UK. More people are moving from the rest of the UK into Scotland, more taxpayers than are moving in the other direction as a result of the policies of this government. Presiding Officer, we all recognise the fiscal challenges facing our public services now and into the future. This government, through prudent fiscal management, continues to fund the priorities of the people of Scotland while balancing our budget, delivering within the resources available. Will I get any time back?
Yes.
Thank you.
Craig Hoy.
I thank the Minister for taking the intervention. One of the greatest challenges to this budget and future budgets in Scotland is public sector pay. The Government 2 years ago set a 9% envelope for public sector pay. Going into this year, they've already spent 8% of that 9%. So what is the message to public sector unions as they move forward? Because the IFS says that controlling public sector labour costs is likely to be challenging. How is this government going to rise to that challenge?
Minister.
This government is going to continue what it always does, which is to fund the priorities of the people of Scotland, including making sure our public sector workers are paid properly, while balancing our budget by increasing tax and other revenues to support our growing economy. We recognise the need for continued public service reform to ensure that resources are focused on where they make the biggest difference, positively impacting on outcomes. And this government will continue our work to shift spend to areas of prevention, to continue to deliver efficiencies and to join up and further integrate services and to transform the service delivery landscape, taking forward the work in our public service reform strategy. In short, Presiding Officer, this government will be bold. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, despite that challenging fiscal context, we are proud we have protected the social contract and gone further in delivering our priorities. We are proud to have taken forward a process which pursues consensus over division, and we are proud to bring forward a budget which will ultimately improve the lives of individuals of Scotland. And we look forward, I may be permitted to say this, to continuing to bring forward budgets delivering on the priorities of the people of Scotland in future years. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on the Budget Scotland number 5 bill at stage 3. Before we move to the next item of business, which is an urgent question, I'll allow a moment or two for front benches to organise. Thank you. I'd remind members that legal proceedings are active and the sub judice rule applies, and I'll allow reference to the case for the purpose of asking and responding to questions on the handling of information, but there should be no discussion of the specifics of the case. And I call Stephen Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government for what reason the March 2025 memorandum relating to the Peter Morrell case was not referenced by the Lord Advocate during her appearance last week when answering an urgent question from Michael Mara MSP regarding her briefing of the First Minister.
Lord Advocate.
Presiding Officer, last week I came to the Chamber and answered the urgent question with care, based on the information and documentation available to me at that time. I was clear in my answers that there were other examples of information being provided in similar circumstances, but that I could not give details without understanding the impact on proceedings. I had not, in the time available before answering the urgent question, seen the March 2025 document. I had not seen the document since it was sent, nor any of the other examples, nor been given advice on the impact of proceedings if information were released, and I therefore undertook to consider the point in more detail and provide examples. It would have been quite wrong for me to answer such a sensitive issue in a live criminal case with anything less than the fullest understanding and consequences of the issue. Yesterday, I was able to provide members with a wide range of examples to demonstrate the long-standing practice of prosecutors properly advising governments of casework and prosecution decisions. I have now provided Parliament with the fullest information available.
Stephen Kerr.
Well, Presiding Officer, this must pass the sniff test, because either what we're dealing with is a serious error of professional judgment, or people will be thinking it's something more serious. Because last week the Lord Advocate was asked about the nature and extent of our communications with the First Minister. She justified the January memorandum on the basis that proceedings were live and that he required to be advised so as not to prejudice them by public comment. In fact, she repeated 3 times the following statement. The communication to the First Minister was provided after the indictment was served at a point at which there is no limitation on its terms being made public. But now we know there was also a prior memorandum in March 2025 covering the alleged offence and its value. Now, I have a higher estimation of the Lord Advocate than to believe that she hadn't referenced her past communications with the First Minister on this case before coming to this chamber last week. So why was that communication not disclosed then? And does she accept that her answers last week are at best and have been shown to be incomplete and therefore misleading to Parliament?
Lord Advocate. I'm constrained in what I can properly say about live proceedings. Where Parliament seeks wider detail, I will provide what I properly can, and after considering, on my responsibility, the appropriate legal and proprietary and proper advice from my officials. I will not say anything that risks prejudicing proceedings or disclosing material that cannot appropriately be put into the public domain. I have now published all available examples of minutes to the First Minister. As a person who has dedicated their professional life to upholding the rule of law, I understand fully the need for Parliament to be properly and accurately informed on matters where it requests information. I answered the questions put to me and told Parliament that further examples would be provided once the required checks were undertaken by my officials.
Concur.
But 3 times the Lord Advocate said the communication to the First Minister was provided after the indictment was served at a point at which there is no limitation on its terms being made public. But now we have the same information in a memorandum from the Lord Advocate to the First Minister dated March 2025. And the fact is that the First Minister was then in possession of information that was not in the public domain. There was no reason for the First Minister to be given this information regarding a politically sensitive court case, and one in which the accused was appointed as the SNP Chief Executive, while the First Minister was leader of the SNP first time around. Journalists were asking direct questions and were denied these details. The public did not know. Yet the First Minister knew the nature of the charges and the scale of the alleged sum from March 2025. And I remind the Lord Advocate of the statement she made last week 3 times about why she shared that information in January. But now we know it was shared in March 2025. He knew the nature of the charges. He knew the scale of the allegations in March 2025. And that, by definition, is an informational advantage. And if that information was shared with party special advisers, as it was, then does that not risk becoming a political advantage? What was genuinely new in January, and what assessment has been made of the implications of the prior knowledge from March for the potential role, any potential role that John Sweeney may have as a witness, and for public confidence in the neutrality of the prosecution service?
Lord Advocate.
At a point at which an indictment is served or a petition warrant is being answered, there is indeed no limitation on the information contained in either document being made public. This recognises the possibility of disclosure once it has left the control of the prosecutor. The position that an indictment is not public knowledge until it is heard in open court is entirely correct. Formal public status arises through the court process. The fact that the information became knowledge before the case called in court vindicated the practice to notify the First Minister. I understand why people may feel uncomfortable that the First Minister has information that others do not. In a sensitive context, that might be heightened. But the reason the First Minister gets to know some things that the public do not is because he has responsibilities that the public do not. I am here today as Lord Advocate. I discharge my duties in that office independently of any other person and independently of any political interference. As I have explained, the Lord Advocate of the day may provide the First Minister of the day, or indeed Prime Minister or other minister, with appropriate information on casework or investigations. This is done irrespective of the political party of the recipient of the information. It is done in the proper administration of the legal system. The Lord Advocate does not brief political parties. The Lord Advocate advises constitutional office holders of information that they require to be aware of.
Michael Mara.
It is absolutely clear that this practice developed under the SNP government from the information that's been provided by the Lord Advocate. The Lockerbie bombing and Glasgow terror attacks are completely different, not comparable to the cases that have been presented in her information since 2011. There was a clear change of approach and culture at that point. But 3 times, as already raised last week, the Lord Advocate said in very specific terms that she was able to inform the First Minister about the details of the case because from the point at which the indictment is served, there is no limitation on its terms being made public. The Lord Advocate's words. We now know that the Lord Advocate provided the First Minister with that information in March 2025. So is there a new justification, Lord Advocate? Is there a new justification being provided today that's different to the one that was provided last week? Because it certainly seems 3 times last week this justification was made and Parliament was misled.
Through the Chair always, Lord Advocate.
Thank you. I have answered that question. I was clear.
Let us hear the Lord Advocate. Thank you.
I was clear in my answers that there were other examples of information being provided in similar circumstances, but that I could not give details without understanding the impact on the proceedings. I had not, in the time available before answering the question, seen the March 2025 document. I had not seen the document since it was sent, nor any of the other examples, nor been given advice on the impact of proceedings if information were released. It was essential in order to protect the integrity of live criminal proceedings, that I took care and I was measured in my responses. I undertook to consider the point in more detail and provide examples, and I did that. It would have been quite wrong for me to answer such a sensitive issue in a live case with anything less than the fullest understanding and consequences of the issue.
Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I do not believe that the Lord Advocate is corrupt, but I fear that in her dealings on this matter, she has been unwise in the way she has acted. Twice, Stephen Kerr has put a question to her. Michael Mara has put the same question to her, and she has not responded to that question. She has not responded to the question as to why, when she told the Chamber last week that the justification for sending a minute to the First Minister was that it was after the service of the indictment. Did that apply when she sent a memo in March last year? Yes or no?
Lord Advocate.
So I have answered the question, and the petition. All I ask is for common decency, and for me to.
Thank you.
And to be given the opportunity to answer a very important. All I ask is for common decency and the ability to answer a question that I've been asked to respond to, and I'm seeking to do that. The question relates to why I didn't mention the March 2025 document, and I have said why I had not. I said that in the time before answering the question, I hadn't seen the March 2025 document. I hadn't seen the document since it was sent in March 2025, nor any of the other examples, nor, critically, being given advice on the impact of proceedings if information were released. I therefore undertook to consider the point in more detail and provide examples and to respond in full and in writing. And I have done that. And any responsible individual would understand it would have been quite wrong for the serving law officer of the day, in a live case, in such a sensitive issue, to respond with anything less than the fullest understanding of the consequences of the issue. So yesterday, members were given a wide range of examples, including the March 2025 document, and I have provided Parliament now with the fullest information available.
Jeremy Balfour.
Thank you, President Officer. Let me say I have absolute confidence, as I think the overwhelming majority of the Chamber do, within the Lord Advocate, and I've had the pleasure of knowing the Lord Advocate for many years. However, I am confused still in regard to this March 2025 document. When she said she hadn't aware of it, was she aware of it before she came to the Chamber last week? And in hindsight, does she think she should have mentioned that document in her statement last week? Or was she completely unaware, or had she forgotten about the document which she sent in March 2025? I think we need just some clarification on what her memory was of this, and in hindsight, does she think she should have mentioned this in her statement last week?
Lord Advocate.
So, I think I've explained that I had not, in the 2 hours that I had available to me before answering the urgent question, seen the March 2025 document. I had not seen the document since it was sent in March 2025. And so when I came into the Chamber, I was not aware of the terms of the document. And indeed, that is all I can say. I hadn't been given advice on the impact of proceedings if information in relation to that document was released. But I undertook to look at the matter, to understand what had been done previously, and in open and in transparent way, I provided the minute to Parliament. Now, there is a distinction to be made about a petition and an indictment. That's quite correct. The point in which an indictment is served there's no limitation on the information contained in either document being made public, and indeed, when a petition warrant is shared, there's no limitation on the information contained in it being made public. It was important in advising the First Minister to recognise the possibility of disclosure of these documents once they had been released from the control of the prosecutor. The position that an indictment is not public knowledge until it's heard in open court is entirely correct. The formal public status arises through the court process. But that's very different to the fact that once the petition warrant or the indictment is in the hands of the accused or his advisers. In this case, I was vindicated in the practice of notifying the government because information did come into the public domain before the case called in court. And so the practice demonstrates an understanding of the risks involved in the stages at which different parts of the criminal process come into effect. And the risk is the public knowledge of the document becoming readily available, and the need to protect ministers in relation to their knowledge of the document and the risks of talking about a case where there's important safeguards to protect the integrity of criminal proceedings.
Jackie Bailey. Can I say I have the highest regard for the Lord Advocate, but I think the question that's been asked by some of my colleagues bears repeating, because the question is not whether the Lord Advocate had seen the March 2025 minute in her name. It's understanding why she sent the March 2025 minute, given the indictment had not been completed, which was the justification last week. So it's our understanding of why the minute was sent in March 2025 that I think would be really helpful.
Lord Advocate.
So, in answer to the question, a petition warrant is the initiating process by which an accused person comes to court. And a petition warrant sets down, at that stage, the prosecutor's understanding of the charge that may be eventually brought before the court on an indictment. So the petition is the initiating procedure, and the indictment is then the formal document that brings the accused person to court for a preliminary hearing and ultimately a trial if they don't plead guilty. So the petition warrant contains information that could be brought into the public domain either by virtue of the accused's actions or someone who's acting on their behalf, or through some other process where, for example, the details of the petition warrant might be leaked to a newspaper. Compare and contrast to an indictment. The indictment is the formal document lodged with the court and at which stage a preliminary hearing is ordered by the independent court. The terms of the indictment are not made public by the Crown, but they can also come into the public domain by virtue of the same process that applies to the petition warrant. It's in the hands of the accused or his adviser, and it's within the Scottish Courts and Tribunal Service, and in some way the document might be leaked. So both of these stages in this process raise risks of disclosure of the content of charges that the Crown wouldn't otherwise make public. But the risk of disclosure is a risk that presents to the fair administration of justice, and that needs to be protected. And so it's critical that where ministers, such as the First Minister, do the job that they do, that they may be asked about a sensitive, difficult case, that they are reminded that the ultimately important point is the protection of the rule of law, the protection of the accused person, ensuring a fair trial process, and there's not unlawful, illegitimate and ill-informed comment made to whoever's asking questions about a live criminal case.
Graham Simpson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I just check something, because I'm a little bit unclear from some of these answers. Had the Lord Advocate seen the March 2025 document before it was sent? So that's a simple yes or no. Had she seen it? And if she had seen it, had she simply forgotten about the document when she appeared in Parliament last week?
Lord Advocate.
So I do believe I've answered that question. Of course I saw the March 25 document when it was sent from my office, but I did not see it before I entered the chamber to answer questions, and I didn't know of it at the point in which I was being asked questions. The point that I've already answered is this. It would have been quite improper for me to make a whimsical or ill-informed reference to a document that I hadn't seen before entering the chamber, as the Lord Advocate being asked in an unprecedented way in relation to a live case. That is unprecedented that a law officer is being asked to comment in this way on a live case.
Craig Hoy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In the March 25 memo, the Lord Advocate makes reference to the amount involved in the case as being over £460,000. For what reason would the First Minister need to know that fact?
I'd be grateful if members avoid specific references. Lord Advocate. Exactly. Lord Advocate. Lord Advocate.
I have been in this chamber before and asked questions precisely on why the amount was mentioned in the indictment, and it's for the same reason that was mentioned in the March 2025 memo.
That concludes the urgent question. The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 20898 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a business programme. And I call on the Minister to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I call on Murdo Fraser to speak to and move Amendment 20898.1.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This morning I lodged an amendment to the business motion to seek to insert in next week's business a statement from the Lord Advocate and an opportunity for Parliament to ask her questions. And I lodged that amendment before my colleague Stephen Kerr had his urgent question accepted by you, so the Lord Advocate would come to the chamber to answer questions. And I had hoped, Presiding Officer, that we would be in a position now where I would not have to move my amendment. The First Minister can just be quiet at the moment. Presiding Officer.
Members, let's carry out our business respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I regret, Presiding Officer, the answers we have heard from the Lord Advocate are insufficient. She has accepted herself that the answers she gave to this Parliament last week were incomplete and insufficient because she had not given this Parliament a full picture, because she had not looked at all the papers available to her. That in itself should be a matter of concern to this Parliament. No, not just now, Mr Stewart. Not just now, Mr Stewart. And what is clear is that there are further questions for the Lord Advocate that have not been answered today. And in particular, a direct question was put to her 5 times by members in this chamber. 5 times the Lord Advocate was asked why the justification she gave last week for giving a minute to the First Minister, that it was after service of the indictment and therefore there was no limitation on its terms being made public. Why that would not have applied when she gave a memo to the First Minister in March last year. And on 5 occasions, she did not answer that question. And there are other questions that other members have raised. Now, Presiding Officer, there is a legitimate debate around the dual role of the Lord Advocate, and whether having someone who is both head of the Independent Crown Office and Prosecution Service and also the senior legal adviser to the Scottish Government is sitting in the... No, thank you, Mr Stewart. Sitting in the Cabinet is legitimate. And I speak as a Scottish lawyer, Presiding Officer, the integrity of the Scottish legal system is absolutely essential.
Let's hear Mr.
And anything that undermines that or gives the perception of undermining that is a legitimate matter of inquiry for this Parliament. Presiding Officer, there are serious questions here that still require to be asked. This cannot be the end of this matter.
Absolutely.
We have not heard convincing answers from the Lord Advocate to questions put by my colleague Stephen Kerr, by colleagues on the Labour benches and by myself. This issue needs full exposure, not cover-up, and I move the amendment in my name.
Thank you. I call on Keith Brown.
Thank you, President Officer. I think it's clear to me that the only reason that this is being raised again is the desperation on the part of the Conservative Party and others to smear the Lord Advocate, to smear this institution and seek to undermine it in the same way as they shout down anyone that speaks against their interest on a regular basis. And it's of a piece of the tawdry tactics that we've seen for the last 10 years from the Conservative Party. Instead of engaging in debate and asking questions every time it's about a smear campaign, it's particularly from two individuals that have been contaminated by the worst of the aspects of the Westminster bubble, bringing it into this Parliament. And it's time it stopped. The sensible heads in the Tory party should have a word with the rest of them and stop this nonsense, and we should oppose this amendment from Murdo Fraser.
And I call on... Thank you. I call on the Minister to respond on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In considering this request from the Conservatives, I think it's important that we reflect on the extent to which these matters have already been interrogated, including directly with the Lord Advocate herself. And when we do that, I think any reasonable member, and I know that even on the Tory benches such creatures still exist, would surely conclude that it has been substantial. We had two urgent questions answered by the Lord Advocate, one of them just a few minutes ago, a topical question on the subject that I answered, and of course Russell Finlay and Anas Sarwar raised it in detail at FMQs. In addition to which, the Lord Advocate absolutely fulfilled the undertaking she gave this chamber to provide more written information, to such an extent that we had a Conservative MSP, who for some reason is not with us tonight, claiming he'd been victim of a document dump. Last week's urgent question resulted in 14 different members having the chance to quiz the Lord Advocate. Tonight's resulted in 7 members having an opportunity to do so, and on a theme which emanates from the Lord Advocate fulfilling her commitment to provide the examples that she did. So I struggle to see where there is a lack of accountability at play here, let alone the cover-up that Murdo Fraser claims. And with 4 weeks to go until this Parliament rises for the election, a packed programme of business confronting us, and perhaps a few unanticipated legitimate asks for additions to that programme to come, how can the Tories reasonably argue a case for a statement? So I ask Parliament to vote against this amendment to the business motion. Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The first question is that Amendment 20898.1 in the name of Murdo Fraser, which seeks to amend Motion 20898 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a business programme, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote. There will be a short suspension to allow members to access the digital voting system. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 20898.1 in the name of Murdo Fraser, which seeks to amend Motion 20898 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a business programme, be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 20898.1 in the name of Murdo Fraser is yes 51, no 66. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that motion 20898 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a business programme, be agreed. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Jackie Bailey for a point of order.
My app wouldn't refresh. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Bailey. We'll ensure that's recorded.
Still not refreshed. Oh, there you go.
The result of the vote on motion 20898 in the name of Graham Day is yes 92, no 23. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is consideration of 3 Parliamentary Bureau motions, and I ask the Minister on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move motions 20899 to 20901 on approval of SSIs.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question on these motions will be put at decision time, and there are 2 questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first question is that motion 20860 in the name of Shona Robison on the Budget Scotland No. 5 bill at stage 3 be agreed. And as this is a motion to pass the bill, the question must be decided by division. Therefore, the question is that motion 20860 in the name of Shona Robison on the Budget Scotland No. 5 bill at stage 3 be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on motion 20860 in the name of Shona Robison is yes 66, no 29. There were 24 abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed and the Budget Scotland No. 5 bill is passed. Thank you. I propose to ask a single question on 3 Parliamentary Bureau motions. Does any member object? No member objects. Therefore, the question is that motions 20899 to 20901 on approval of SSIs in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau be agreed. Are we all agreed? The motions are therefore agreed. That concludes decision time, and we will now move on to members' business in the name of Gillian Mackay.